I actually forgot to talk about something the last time.
ओ
I was supposed to talk about it.
ये मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कर दूं क्या पहले?
Yes, start the podcast.
सो वेलकम एवरीवन, दिस इज स्लाइस ऑफ द लाइफलेस पॉडकास्ट एपिसोड 18। इस बार हमारे साथ विदु है, विच इज़ अ कॉलेज फ्रेंड ऑफ अभ्युदय।
Hi guys, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be a
Hi,
part of Slice of the
hi,
Lifeless.
hi, Vidhu. So, one thing you might not know about Vidhu, that consecutively naam bolna
That
is weird.
weirdly rhymed. I don't know if that
Uh,
was intentional.
intentional to nahi tha. I think I'll have to start calling Vidhu Uddeshya for this podcast. So, this guy makes YouTube videos.
ओहो,
And he's been making them for like 9 to 10 months now. And the last video he released was yesterday.
what what are the videos about?
They are just about whatever I'm want to. I'm thinking about mostly. And the last one that what he's talking about was this video I made on this show called Boogie Pop Phantom, which was something that I was rewatching, and around that time I got the idea to make that. And
He
is
makes
it like
video essays, essentially.
for the most part, yes.
अभ्युदय बनाना चाह रहा है बहुत टाइम से।
Yeah, I'm really looking
Yes.
forward to that Shinchan video, bro.
uh, yeah, me too. Hopefully, I'll get to working on it.
Whenever you log a
This
Shinchan film, whenever you log a Shinchan film on Letterboxd, I think maybe you're a step closer to that.
I am. Every
Yeah.
time I do log Shinchan films, talking about Shinchan films, I पिछले podcast के time I discussed two Shinchan films, right? Which I had watched. So,
Yeah.
इस बार भी I watched two Shinchan films and it took past 2 weeks.
तो कितने शिनचैन फिल्म देख चुका है और कितने एग्जिस्ट करता है?
I
हर
think
साल आती है.
there are
Oh.
they release one every year, so I think it's around 32, if I remember correctly.
It's somewhere around that number.
It's really fascinating, like how they resemble the different eras where they are released.
This is something I've noticed about Shinchan films. Okay, Shinchan, the manga as it existed, is in essence kind of different from what the anime ended up being. And
Yeah,
if you remember the manga, so Shinchan ke early episodes, they are uh, uh, very much just a copy of the stories in the manga.
mhm.
The manga
it it almost feels
as
like, yeah. Go on, sorry.
हाँ बोल बोल.
It almost feels very similar to 4 mangas. I don't know if you're familiar with them, which is basically these chapters that have 4 panels, and they don't have a lot of uh, broader uh, plot. It's a very thin style of storytelling where you're basically each chapter is tries to capture the story what in 4 panels, and a lot of the adaptations of those mangas try to take some theme, some characters, and some aspects of those panels and try to put portray different visions into that, and a lot of times we get very interesting results, like the very famous adaptation of Keon, which is nothing like the original manga, but it definitely has some of those original vision in there.
This is actually also very noticeable in the way these episodes of Shinchan are made. Uh, a lot of different animators worked on this Shinchan ka anime in the during the 90s. One of which was also Masaki Uasa. Like, and if you look at those episodes, एक एपिसोड में I think तीन sections होते थे, दो से तीन sections, individual stories, and even between those sections, you can see the animation style really vary a lot, uh, depending on the style of that particular animator who's working on that. Uh, the people who were working on Shinchan gradually got more control over whatever they were making and got the opportunity to express themselves through each episode. And the show fundamentally started changing over time.
Even the broader audience, I think, also shifted slightly through, I think, those experimentations, because it's very different from other Japanese properties that might have been targeted toward children like Doraemon and Sazae-san, but it almost feels like it has a much broader appeal, and even in some countries like US, it is specifically targeted towards teenagers as opposed to children because of its raunchy humor.
Shin- uh, hey, let's not talk about the US wala version. I don't think that's even targeted towards teenagers.
Yeah, yeah. But like going back to that point of different animators being associated with Shinchan, it's something that even in general I always grappled with the idea that especially a lot of TV shows, animated TV shows, where you would still have a one specific vision of whoever the director or showrunner is, but you still have some episodes that are just so distinguishable from the other larger series, and whenever a different animator uh, gets to animate that episode, they leave something in there that that melts with the larger show, but it also has a specific identity, which is really fascinating to me. Whereas when I was watching Yu Yu Hakusho, that was also very prevalent.
आई
Hmm.
थिंक तू जब लास्ट शिनचैन मूवी देखा था तूने बताया था ना उसमें कोई एक नोटेबल सीन था जिसमें व्हाट वाज इट दैट कैरेक्टर्स नेम, वो पिग जो समुराई पिग है, उसका नाम क्या था?
Uh, Buri Buri
बुरी
Zaimon.
बुरी जायमन, उसका एक ओरिजिन स्टोरी टाइप का था, एक सीक्वेंस जो दूसरे
Uh,
एनिमेटर ने बनाया था.
I think that was made by Masaki Uasa. The point I was trying to make was, if you look at these Shinchan films, there's always a scene near the climax which stands out a lot, and you can usually associate that to uh, Masaki Uasa returning to animate that particular sequence. So like, and which is usually the most exciting parts of the show. Yeah, sorry, the movies. What I was also trying to say was that this particular change in the philosophy of Shinchan can also be noticed in the movies. I think I've talked with Vidhu about it pehle, कि how the earlier Shinchan films dealt were more just uh, closer to being empty action comedies, which were they were bizarre. They were more than what the show was, but uh, it was just putting these characters in these weird situations. But as the movies went on, you can notice that they make active effort to preserve their slice of life identity. When like Keiichi Hara especially started taking over the
It weirdly
movies.
reminds me of almost like a fantastical sitcom where in their philosophies for movies, they take these specific elements of Shinchan and try to put them in different genre settings. And it's really fascinating to see how they work under those confines. And sometimes I think the quality difference between those films usually comes down to how well they are able to portray some the intrinsic themes of Shinchan, and I think the best films usually tend to do excel at that part much more. Like the ninth Shinchan film by Keiichi Hara, which is still so profound to me. Like I was never
What's your
expecting
about that?
the one where that is on the where the century is changing and it's about the characters reacting to that and
Adult Empire Strikes Back.
yeah I was never expecting something like
It's a
that from Shinchan. It just
yes, that's Vidhu. That's not only a great Shinchan film, that's one of the greatest animations ever made.
yeah for sure.
And the films that I watched this time were one of them is a relatively older Shinchan film, Bachpan Mein. You might remember watching it, Bungle in the Jungle. Yes, yes, that one sticks out a lot. I think it was one of the first films after Good Action Comedy Wali
Yeah.
that got dubbed into Hindi.
This scene when the monkeys are playing volleyball with Shiro is still always cracks me to this day. So funny.
it,
उसमें पूरा एक सीक्वेंस था जिसमें जो उनके पेरेंट्स थे सबके हाथ टाइट थे तो उनको ट्रैवर्स करने के लिए अपने हिप के मूवमेंट का यूज करना था as suggested by Shinchan.
uh,
Do you remember that?
that that is a common theme in the climax of every any Shinchan film.
हाँ
Usme they always use some sort of as a hip movement. I think like Shinchan calls it buri buri, right? And
मेरे को नहीं पता था
you
इतना
they
उसके
use that.
उसका इतना लोअर है पीछे
Right.
I think
Yeah, that's a very
like it's
yeah, that's
funny
a
too, but I
very
think maybe it's me looking too deep into it. But I think in a lot of ways, whenever I see that, it essentially I think the show is essentially saying whenever adults try to be more like Shinchan, they usually end up overcoming whatever conflict they are going through, and it's essentially that idea of uh, talking to your childish self in some ways because a lot of adults like even in a lot of episodes where I remember distinctly about this one episode of this girl who was trying to be a boxer or maybe she was trying to be an actress. I don't remember exactly, but it was essentially after failing a lot of times, it was only when she acted almost like a child and was carefree she ends up going through.
I just remembered एक कैरेक्टर टेल मी तेरे को याद है वो अब मेरे को कैरेक्टर्स के नाम याद नहीं शिनचैन में बट देयर वाज दिस शेव्ड हेड गाय उसके दोस्त शिनचैन के दोस्तों में से एक था मसाओ 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 and he had a crush on some girl from
The
I
rich girl,
the
I forgot her name. Uh,
I
I-chan.
yes.
Yeah. I don't know if that is
Yeah,
the actual
was
name
she
in
a
the Japanese translation. Sorry. Go on.
it is
Okay.
so was she a new addition or was she always in the storyline? Because मुझे याद है she came out of nowhere in the show. She wasn't there back in older episodes,
In
right?
these long
She
running
was a new
series,
addition.
yeah, in these long running series, you would always have that. Like sometimes they just have to, because if you think too deeply about that, it doesn't really make sense that after even after 2000 something episodes, he's still a 5 year old. But I think these series always are introducing newer characters. I'm pretty sure even nowadays too, there might have been some characters that have been introduced.
I mean, yeah, they run out of stories to tell, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Usually not a good sign, but it tends to work for Shinchan. Because if you remember, it's like पूरा separate arc था where they moved to these falling apartments.
yeah, yeah. That was like I was aghast by how absurd that was. I couldn't believe like that was a real development that happened in the world of Shinchan for a long while, where the the home literally gets blasted, which is so insane to think about. And then they go to that apartment and they have this weird detective mystery story are going on also.
Oh, that was really good. I only watched those episodes once. I
Yeah.
do not know कभी उसके बाद यार किया है।
It's I still can't believe like when I first saw that as a child, like holy shit, what their home is destroyed just like that. It's
Actually,
something so fantastical in a otherwise very grounded world that can take you back slightly.
one of my favorite episodes of Shinchan uh, happens after this blast. Between the blast and them moving to the falling apartments, when Hiroshi goes out to look for a new house. उसमें those that annoying couple and Shinchan are helping Hiroshi find a new place, and they're always being a bother. He's not able to find a place that is affordable and nice still. Because of course he's at a stage in his life where he wants a nice place to live in with his family, right? Because he's not a bachelor anymore. फिर it's at the end of the day ये आदमी हार मान चुका है. He does not know what to do. Sunset का time है and a montage begins of him reminiscing the start of the marriage, of the kind of small apartment they used to live in, and as he developed in career, marriage, as he got kids, they moved to a better house, bigger house. And at the end of the montage, he spots these falling apartments, which they eventually move to, and he finds the motivation to move there because uh, he feels that as long as he has his family, he can call any place home. So, that
I
was a
got
really beautiful
I'm a bit
episode.
confused. The way you were describing that, some aspect of it were I weirdly had associated with that film that I mentioned before. Um, I don't think I've seen this episode because I thought that a similar montage happened with Harry in that movie as well.
कौन सा movie?
The Adult Empire Strikes Back.
Uh, that was more of a nostalgia thing, right?
Yeah, yeah,
A montage, an amazing montage also takes place in
yeah.
that. Those movies में भी बहुत amazing
Uh,
montage, but this is an episode.
Okay, I'm really curious. Do let me know if you remember the title of this episode. I'm really curious to watch.
I can screen it for you sometime. I have all the episodes.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, before we move forward, one more thing about Shinchan that I would like to mention was uh, I think even Uddu, you must have also seen that film, the where they go into the future, the that where the future wife of Shinchan comes, right?
Yes, yes,
That
yes, I
film,
have seen
like
that.
that is such an interesting movie, even from Shinchan's standards, because like there are a lot of profound moments in Shinchan, but when we go into the future and we see his the adult versions of his friends, it's so weirdly depressing. Like I wasn't expecting that level of depressing reality that it was essentially showing, where Masao is basically this field comic book artist and Nanny who was living as a teacher, and it's it was very interesting to me, especially the Masao part of it.
That
They
was it.
Right?
they never shoot Shinchan's face, right? Adult Shinchan's face in that movie.
Yeah, they never did that, but it's
Did they show the adult faces of other
yeah,
kids?
yeah. What makes me really like what specifically sticks out about that episode to me is because in the show it is specifically made clear that besides Masao, no one really has a hobby per se, right? Masao is the only character who has a genuine interest in comics,
Oh,
right?
I guess वो चांद को तो ऐसे नहीं relate कर सकता और उसको clearly
It's
see.
yeah, maybe both. I guess Bochan did succeed in life, but I don't really give a shit about Bochan, so it just wasn't in
He
my
was my
memory.
favorite character as a kid.
I'm not surprised.
That changed a lot. What about that supposed to be?
I think I really love Nani and Kazama a lot from his friend group. Nani's
Pretty
just
much Kazama is my favorite character now.
he's like the perfect device for the a lot of comical aspects of the show because he's essentially this child who is who is trying his hardest to be an adult, and a lot of humor I think comes from that.
He's the antithesis to Shinchan.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Well, you haven't really told us anything about the movies you watched.
actually, you both have watched these films, right?
I,
You Bungle in the Jungle and Robo Dad Strikes Back.
I have
Oh,
seen Robot Dad, but I
you
don't
haven't watched
remember
it.
it as well. It's been a really long time. Like I remember some
I
plot
haven't
elements.
watched Robo Dad.
Uh,
That is actually one of the newer Shinchan films, which is actually pretty good.
yeah.
Uh, and one of the things I missed in the Bungle in the Jungle film was I'm sure the voice actors in the Japanese uh, are pretty great too, but I really missed uh, Paradise King, the voice actor in Hindi. That was really amazing.
Shinchan
Oh, right.
Shinchan has a really I
Right.
don't know if it's my nostalgia clouding my memory, but I just feel like Shinchan has a really good Hindi dub compared to a lot of shows. Like it feels like they have put in enough effort into replicating those characters.
I feel like early 2000s के सारे shows were सारे जितने भी
Yeah,
anime थे, they were dubbed
yeah,
really well. Kochi Game
yeah,
and
yeah,
even
yeah.
Doraemon was
Yeah.
a pretty good dub.
And that's I don't know if that's that's like the current state of a lot of these animated shows is so dire. And
I remember बंगाल इन द जंगल में एक आइकॉनिक सीन था जिसमें उसको शिनचैन मसाओ को ऐसे ही बोलता है एक मतलब कहीं पे कुछ उनको कलेक्ट करना होता है कोई आइलैंड से कुछ आइलैंड नहीं है किसी पॉन्ड के बीच में कुछ होता है जिससे उनको कुछ सामान लेना होता है आई डोंट रिमेम्बर एग्जैक्टली क्या होता है बट वो क्रोकोड यस क्रोकोडाइल सीन वो बोलते कि उसके
This is
हाँ
actually.
बोलो
Mm-hmm. हाँ बोल बोल.
उसको ऐसे ब्लैकमेल करते हैं राइट कि अभी वो उसकी जो क्रश थी मसाओ की अगर वो उसको बताएंगे तो वो पैथेटिक लगेगा देन he goes in this soup.
नहीं उसे इंस्पायर करते हैं कि he can become a hero in her eyes if
Right, right.
he
हाँ.
is able to do that. It is actually one of the funniest Shinchan films.
Yeah, for sure. I think after the Dark Tama Tama film, it's probably the funniest film for me. Or maybe Spy One too. Not Spy One actually, Masala Story. I don't know what's the actual title of that film.
Spy One.
Not
Spy
Spy
One.
One. I'm
From
saying
what I
Masala
remember, this
Story
is
and
yes,
I'm saying Masala Story and Dark Tama Tama. So I hate the Spy One,
Masala Story.
which is like the absurd one where they are
my
wanted targets.
that's my favorite Shinchan film after Adult Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, it's it's absurd even by Shinchan standards.
It's
It's
that
that
one,
one,
right,
right,
in
in
which
which
वो
वो
एक
एक
सीक्वेंस
सीक्वेंस
होता है
होता है
जिसमें
उसमें
वो
वो
खाने
खाने
के
के
बारे
बारे
में
में
फैंटेसाइज
फैंटेसाइज
कर
कर
रहा
रहे होते
होता
हैं
है
भागते
यस
हुए.
यस
Yes.
Uh, do you know? Have you seen the Golden Sword film?
Hinterland.
Just a second.
Is that Hinterland? नहीं Hinterland नहीं है.
Hello.
There's this पैसा पैसा song in that film.
Aro.
Oh, maybe I have watched that. मुझे distinct memory.
Uh,
Just a second. Guys, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
ठीक है. So this is the one of the films I watched. The other was this Robo dad film. जिसमें Shinchan's dad get, gets transformed into a robot. And it's this really good story about uh, the misogyny and how men are treated at the same time.
Hey, wait. Maybe I do
Uh,
remember. उसमें सब सारे जितने men होते हैं वो strike करने लग जाते हैं पूरे throughout the city.
yes,
I
it's that
I have
film.
seen that
Yes,
movie. Yes.
and uh, there's also this really good ending to that film. This man, uh, there's this conflict. Ki, since तूने देखी है, तो I can tell you. Uh, this guy does not actually get transformed into a robot. He, the robot is just a copy of the actual Hiroshi.
Hmm.
And then जब दोनों आमने सामने होते हैं, there's a decision to be made. Because the robot has the same memories as Hiroshi. He feels that he's Hiroshi.
Hmm.
And there's this conflict of who the real Hiroshi is and who should stay. It's a really good climax. इसका भी climax involves defeating the opponent with Buri Buri, and uh, it's made by Masaki Uasa, part of it. Okay, why don't you tell me about something you watched?
Well, in terms of media, I watched another gameplay, which is Peaks of Yore, and it is a game about climbing. Uh,
Hmm.
Basically,
कितने climbing games?
that was the point I wanted to make about this. Ki for some reason I don't know why I really enjoy media about climbing and climbing in general. I guess I in the last podcast I told you right कि हम जो trip में गए थे, we went on a hike and throughout Gangtok, I guess, and I like okay, Varun will say कि it was enjoyable, but I think I was the only one who was genuinely enjoying the hike. I think And I wanted to figure out with you like what might be the reason I enjoy climbing, because I myself cannot figure it out what exactly it is.
I guess there's a clear sense of progress. Point A से point B पे जाने के लिए is you have a clear sense of going somewhere. कहीं चलते चलते you can feel like you're going around in circles, but you have one direction to go in when you're climbing, which is up.
Hmm.
वो किसी भी तरह से जाए तो
If you watch its gameplay peaks of your it, the game doesn't look that visually appealing per se. Like it's just अभी तो फिर भी उसका DLC आया है, अगर तू उसका ओरिजिनल गेम देखेगा. Yes, it is first person.
he's
uh,
talking about peaks of your game.
Okay. Like, what is it about?
it is about climbing
Okay.
from first person perspective, just climb a mountain. And I really enjoyed watching its gameplay, and we were discussing why why I enjoy watching climbing, and we did get into it.
Like, how long is it a short game?
It is not a short game.
Because
It's the last stage.
the
Like,
concept
it
of
depends on how long it takes to clear you. Like it is something similar to a rage game. Rather than a difficult game about climbing,
Yeah,
it is
yes.
similar to that but in 3D.
are you talking about Celeste?
I have not
Peaks of
played
your
Okay, okay. No, no, he was talking about another. Okay. But the concept of climbing in general in gaming is uh, really popular in the sense that a lot, at least the ones that I have experienced, it is usually try to a way to essentially show the character or even the person if it's a difficult game overcoming something, and it is a really cool way to uh, portray that. I feel.
Yes, and I've also played other games similarly. Have you heard of Getting Over It?
I'm not sure.
It is a very popular rage game in which a guy is in a cauldron and he tries to get get on top of a mountain using a hammer.
The two games that I have played.
Chile.
Sorry.
Okay, go on, go on.
Yeah, the two games that I have played that are similar to this, which I both love, are there's a short one called a Short Hike, which is a very cozy game about this anthropomorphic character who is essentially it is a 3D game where you are trying to climb a mountain. It's in a really uh, in a world that it's really fun to be in, and the other one which
Can you
is
repeat its name?
a
I
short
missed
hike,
the name.
a short hike.
A short hike.
Yeah, and the other one, which is I think probably one of the most popular indie games, was Celeste, which is also really, which is difficult, quite it's really difficult, but it's a platformer. Yeah, Celeste.
have have you heard of rage games? Vidhu?
Would you say GTA Vice City is a rage game?
No, why would that be?
Like the way from when I hear that term, rage game, what comes into my mind is essentially you getting to do whatever the f you want, right? That's what I want.
Like, I don't know if it's an actual term, but Vidhu, since he's calling it rage games, uh, it's the games that uh, drive you to rage quit. The game actively tries to make you rage quit by its design.
Okay, so that is that would be different to something like Dark Souls, right?
I
Because
would say that there are aspects of rage games
because
like Dark
I feel
Souls.
like from your description at least, a rage game has to have unfair difficulty.
Yes,
Yeah. So a lot of classic games would also fall under it, I presume, and arcade games as well.
Classic
But
games like.
Like a lot of arcade games had this artificial difficulty, right? That would
Hey, I'm not talking about artificial difficulty.
okay.
It's like designed into the.
No, no, I'm not saying it in a negative sense. I'm just saying like the idea that uh, maybe it's a semantics issue. I don't know because when I hear the term that it is designed to make you rage quit, like tell me more about that. Like in what sense is it implemented in the gameplay?
It's like similar to Dark Souls, I would say. It induces that feeling of you wanting to give up.
also, one of the main aspects is there is generally an a way in which you can lose progress. I don't think there is you can lose progress in Dark Souls.
But and I think in
many other
Dark
rage
Souls the game throughout is actively saying to not give up. Like that is like one of the major themes of that game where different characters are saying do not go hollow and whatever.
It's one of those things, right? A rage game, the purpose of a rage game would essentially be to make you feel powerful enough to not give up, right? Any rage game is trying to, even though challenges are making you want to give up, but ultimately the theme of the game is do not give up.
Okay. Like, do you have any example for this? Like something that is quite
Why don't you, why don't you tell him about the two rage games you've played?
Yeah, so first one was Getting Over It by
okay.
Minute 40, and also a difficult game about climbing. That's the name of the game, quote unquote, a difficult game about climbing. So that's the second one. And also I've played other games as well, which are less popular. Like there was one called Golfing Over It, which was a like a copy of Getting Over It, but with a golf ball.
Okay.
And yeah, I think also Pogo Step. Do you remember Pogo Step? That was also
Yes. So whether these tend to be popular with streamers, these games,
Yeah.
people like to see streamers get frustrated.
That makes sense. I mean, that is, I can see why you are saying it can be similar to Dark Souls. I would still disagree, but I can see an argument for it, and I can see why. I mean, obviously, it would be popular with streamers and all that.
So Peaks of Yore. It is actually similar to somewhat difficult game or climbing in the sense you can't fall down from it.
Okay.
And you have to get back up all the way.
Huh.
And there's just something about these games, and I guess it does not apply IRL, but in a sense that you have to make yourself keep going, how no matter how tired you get.
Like, what is the gameplay like?
Finally, it's just you are climbing a mountain from first person perspective.
Okay. Like, I'm asking in the sense that is it like a walking simulator? Like, what like how does the game?
Rock climbing करता है ना इसका.
Yeah, like you just control the character's hands.
Okay, so it's mostly a platformer. Okay.
Not not for the now.
You can look it up actually.
Yeah.
Peaks of Yore or
Oh, so, so,
yeah. Uh, so I was watching its gameplay, and it was quite enjoyable. I don't think I will play this game, uh, but it was still fun to watch.
Peaks of Yore, right? Y-O-R-E.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, it is a platformer. It looks intriguing. I'll maybe try it. Aesthetically, it looks really cool.
I think of Mario.
Yeah, I can see that, but platformer is essentially the game, because there are a lot of 3D platformers as well. Platformer is basically just uh, like going from one place to another, and like you're essentially climbing, or you are like it can be vertical or horizontal, but there's there's not that much combat in it. It's mostly going from one place to another. That is what platformer is. But I wasn't expecting this aesthetic for this game. I'm really intrigued. Like it looks really cool.
I think there are better entry points to a game like that, right?
Like if you want to try rage games, then getting over it is the most popular one.
But would you say it is essential? Uh, like
It's not essential,
right?
like just the it's if you want to get an essence of the game, that's a good game.
Because I feel like if if I'm really going in blind, it would only enhance the experience for a rage game to try to figure everything out.
I don't understand.
Like I'm saying, basically, if I'm not familiar with that genre or how those games work, would it not
But
enhance the game in
I would say I would say that it is different enough from getting over it that it really doesn't affect
yeah, exactly.
that aspect.
Yeah. Because I like one of the like in generally one of the things that I always struggle with is the idea that if you're going into a new genre or whatever, you have to first play some accessible titles from that genre to play some more niche games.
It's no, it's not. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I feel that it's a good introduction to the kind of game it is. Okay, I think this is the game that sort of drove the popularity of this genre, right?
Okay, let me
Really.
give you an example. Would you say if someone wanted to get into visual novels, would you say Doki Doki Literature Club would be the first one that they should play? Right, but that is still some the most popular visual novel, so I don't really think it matters a lot because it is literally a
I'm not
deconstruction.
talking about popularity. मैंने उस गेम को थोड़ा सा खेला है, खत्म नहीं किया.
Okay,
But the way that game carries itself,
I see.
उसमें there's even a narrator
Hmm.
telling a story.
Okay.
तो उस हिसाब से मैं कह रहा हूँ. I'm not talking about popularity.
No, what I meant was like even if Doki Doki Literature Club wasn't popular, what I was trying to get it was like it is not how a lot of visual novel games are. Like a lot of visual, it is essentially trying to deconstruct a lot of concepts and tropes that we associate with visual novels. So what I was saying was I can still enjoy Doki Doki Literature Club without being familiar with a lot of visual novels. In that
But
sense,
I would
sorry.
say it is pretty much kind of like a parody of visual novels built. Like
Yeah,
if you have played visual novels before, then it would really enhance the experience of the video. It has its own thing, but like it does act like a parody.
yeah, that is true. I would agree with that, but I guess it depends on how much you want to like get into that. Like how much do you want to be familiar with those tropes? Because I don't think a lot of people think that I should first read a 50 official novel before playing Doki Doki.
How does that compare to what I'm saying?
In the sense that I was trying to say, in the sense that getting over it. I think that was the name to make myself more familiar with the genre.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
When I know nothing about that what you just mentioned.
Okay. So that's
But
what.
you are so dumb.
Okay. Okay. That's
just
what I
saying
thought.
that I feel it's a good. It seems like a good place to, if you find that genre interesting.
I see.
That seems like a good place to start.
Hmm.
Good introduction.
Also, I want to point out that Peaks of Yore is like it is a rage game like getting over it, but it also has its own aspect. It is not entirely a rage game. You can play like uh, in the rage game sense कि तुम ropes वगैरह use नहीं करो, but there are tools in using which you can make the game much more easier. So usually in this game there are two types of people. One, those who want to like they like that rage game aspect, so they don't use ropes and stuff.
Yeah.
Those are usually the streamers, and also there are players who don't want to like make it too difficult, and you can use tools and make the gameplay much more easier.
Hmm. That's not an easy or hard mode, right? It's just another like that is just a different
Creative.
element of the game, right?
I'm mentioning it because that kind of makes it a bad introduction to rage games, because rage games में generally वो option नहीं रहता है
Yeah.
ये
I
वाला
think my issue is
you can make it
like my issue with basically that argument is that I'm more interested in playing the game instead of like introducing myself to the wider genre. Like I'm much more interested in playing peaks of here that game in itself. And if I like the genre, that is almost like a secondary
But
aspect of it.
what aspect of it that makes you want to play?
Like aesthetically, I like it a lot. That is essentially where like I looked up both games. I much prefer the aesthetic of this game. Like it that is
yeah
where
sure you can try it out then I guess.
yeah sure I'll give it a shot for sure. Almost like Hades 2, which is such a which is an amazing what is the term for roguelike, but it's so different from every other roguelike there is.
I wanted to actually get a recommendation about that. Like Abhyuday has mentioned, like Hollow Knight, it is also roguelike, in a sense, a roguelike game, right?
It is a Metroidvania. A roguelike is essentially it is I forget the term, but a lot of the stages are always changing. It's the but in Hollow Knight it's a Metroidvania. Hades a roguelike is never ending. Theoretically, you can play it how long as long as you want it to.
So there are a few games which I have heard about. I just want to try a new difficult game, I guess. So Hollow Knight is one. Hades I've heard,
I would
and then
definitely
there is
recommend Celeste too, by the way, because if you, it seems like you are already interested in that premise of climbing stuff. Celeste is also a great 2D platformer.
yes, and I think Abhidas recommended me that one game. What was that called? Something and Hunger.
Fear and Hunger.
Fear and
Yeah,
Hunger.
I really
Yes.
am
Yeah,
interested in that.
I have not played the game, but seeing how to particularly enjoy games that make him miserable.
Yes.
have you
Maybe
uh,
I'll pick up.
have you
Yeah.
played? Are you familiar with RPGs in general, though? Like,
Yes, yes, I've played many
oh,
RPGs.
that's cool. That's one thing that I'm
This
now
one,
conflicted at because one of the reasons why I'm not playing it is because I want to make myself familiar with RPGs more before trying it.
this Vidhu, this man grew up on Nintendo.
Oh, okay, so this is the guy. I mean, that's so fucking cool, bro. Which is your favorite Nintendo game? Just curious.
The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess.
That's I mean, he seems like he knows his stuff. I really want to get into Zelda, man. Like because that is not a typical answer. Is what I meant. From what I understand, that is more of a niche answer whenever people talk about their favorite Zeldas. Like usually it's Majora's Mask or Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time.
I have not played those games.
Really?
I was unable to play. Yeah, I was unable to play two Zelda games. One was Twilight Princess, other was Skyward Sword, and then my Nintendo, it just burned. I don't know exactly what happened, but
What do you mean
there
by
was an
that?
accident, and it was destroyed. I could not play any other Nintendo games after that.
I don't know why that's funny, man. I just don't know the way he described that. It just
Someday I will get back to all the Zelda games.
yeah. I'll probably
Actually,
start. Sorry, go on.
actually, since you have a shared PC on which you cannot play any games, these seem like games that you can still play by emulating.
Yeah.
They don't require that much power.
Emulation is really fun. Like there are so many obscure titles from the period from late 90s to or mid 2000s. So much interesting experimental stuff was out there.
That's one reason I would never buy a Switch over something like a Steam Deck. कल पता है मैं
Yeah. Yeah.
40 minutes तक
Hmm.
अपने लैपटॉप के सामने बैठ कर स्टीम डेक को पूरा से डिसाइड कर रहा था खरीदूं कि नहीं खरीदूं.
I mean, I can relate to that. I can definitely relate to that. Uh,
It would be so amazing to be
Yeah.
able to emulate your games on a Steam Deck.
yeah. Like I still like I don't know how. I mean, like I don't understand the whole thing because you can emulate Zelda on it. It seems like Nintendo might have some issue with it, but it seems like this unsaid thing that is permissible in a way.
They do, no, they do try, actively try to shut these emulations down. But
Yeah, but that's
yeah,
why. But it's different on Steam Deck, right? Because think about it, one of the selling points of Switch is that it's a handheld, and Zelda is like one of the big selling titles. But if you can play Zelda literally on other handheld console,
I mean, doesn't matter. See, it being a Steam Deck does not really affect it because it's Steam Deck is just its form factor, but ultimately it does still run Windows, right?
yeah, that is
As
true.
long as you're running Windows.
I thought it run Linux.
I feel that most people, I don't know how it works, but most people just install Windows अगर वो by default उसके साथ नहीं भी आता है
Okay,
तो.
maybe.
So, what other media have you guys consumed?
So I feel like I should probably start talking about one now. So
What
the
is this?
yeah, so it's more. I've written Wonder Woman here, but it's mostly a broader point. Like I've been getting back into reading a lot of comic books this past month, especially like DC Comics, because I'm trying to catch up with a lot of stuff and some titles that have been out for a while. And one of the one that I'm reading right now is a run on Wonder Woman, which is very acclaimed. It's by Greg Rucka, and it's really fascinating to read that in the current climate that we are because it really feels so much relevant to whatever is happening in the world at present. Like the run is essential. It takes place after I think a 5 year long run on Wonder Woman from another writer. So it is Wonder Woman in her later years, and it's really fascinating to read that because she she is such a unique character. The from a lot of other superheroes and how we typically view. Like I'm not sure how you what your guys' perception about the wider world of superhero is. So I would be curious about that before I go further.
What do you mean by the word?
Like, how do you perceive like superhero media in general?
I think I would be speaking for the both of us if I say that most of our experience with superheroes comes from the movies that have come out in the past decade.
Yeah, yeah, that makes, which is almost uh, like it is so tragic to me in some ways. Like how the big chunk of how the world perceives superhero stuff, or not even superhero. I don't like using that term. Like just because what appeals me to DC Comics or like these universes is not that they are a superhero universe, but what appeals me is this long continuity that has been going on since the 1930s, right? And it is still going on, and it is almost like this canvas where different writers get to do whatever what they want. They put different aspects of that. Whether they introduce a character, they write different stories. They do different spins on those characters, and it gets immortalized in the annals of history through being a part of this long universe that is possibly going to go on forever. And what I like is how diverse it is and how it has this fantastical aspect to that where you have stories that can be sorry go on.
Yeah, I would say that that is probably the most exciting aspect of the superhero comic books. Because they have been so long running.
Yeah,
You get to see so many different interpretations of the book. And, and you can actually, to a degree, to a lesser extent, but you can also see that in movies over time,
yeah,
like superhero movies. Like every generation gets it, and Batman is it,
yeah.
how they went from Doki to
To
Yore
Pattinson
to
right now. Yeah,
Matt Reeves.
yeah. So the reason I'm bringing this up is to go back to a previous talking point. So there's this general idea how mangas and comics have a big distinction. Like that is, I think, the popular perception where mangas are usually more self-contained stories where every story has one author to it, and Western comics also
Belongs
have
to
this.
one person.
Sorry, go on.
A story belongs to one
Yeah,
person.
and that is not something that is unique to manga. I mean, Western comics also have that. So I don't understand why that is a thing, but I we know that when people are talking about Western comics, it is mostly Marvel and DC, right? But
Mm.
why I brought it up is because we earlier discussed another property that can be compared to this, and that is Shinchan. Weirdly enough,
Mm.
and the way it is because Shinchan originally is based from a manga, right? And then it is now this animated property that has been going on since the late 90s. Different people come to this property and get to spin their own unique take into that world. We get different movies that are genre that have different genres and are different stylistically, but still have the core themes of those series. And I feel like that is basically what DC Comics or these universes is. And I feel like Shinchan is a fantastic example of that. And in a lot of ways, yeah, sorry.
Uh, I've tried reading some comic books. Like, I suddenly do not remember which ones they were, but I do not, uh, I'm usually not able to connect with them. The, like, Marvel or DC comic books.
Okay. Like, what
Even,
all have you tried?
I think uh, the one I immediately remember is the Spider-Man pure popular story, the last one, Craven the
The
Last
Craven the
Hunter.
Last One. Huh, that is a very iconic Marvel story. I haven't read it, but like, do you like
I uh
do you like a lot of like, are there superhero movies that you really love?
I've also read All Star Superman. I remember
That's
it,
surprising.
which
I
was
I wasn't aware of that. Really? You,
like yes, when I was in Bangalore, I read it.
what did you
Uh,
think of it?
I could not connect to it.
Huh. That is like a,
These are both of these are really personal stories to the like characters,
yeah.
Spider-Man and Superman,
I love All Star
and
Superman.
I just could not. I feel very fascinated by the character of Superman,
Yeah.
mostly with how could one possibly write a good story with a character like that.
I feel
I
like,
would like
sorry, go on.
I would love to see a good Superman story be told.
I feel like All
And
Star
that's
Superman is
precisely
great.
the reason I've read
Yeah.
All Star Superman cutie. That's usually considered to be
Yeah.
at
His
peak of
most iconic
Superman
story, I think, that
storytelling.
is his most iconic story.
Yeah, I just could not connect to it. Like it did not personally affect me.
Maybe there's an aspect of, if you, because I already have had a connection with DC characters because I was a big fan of their animated shows that I grew up with. But going to All Star Superman, I feel like a lot of great Superman stories that I love usually are very mundane. They don't have a lot of action into it, and I think I'm really fascinated by that interpretation of Superman because is this character who is theoretically this superpower being, and he is unstoppable. He represents this idea that is not possible, like that humanity that we can't. He is the symbol that should if he existed, the world would be better, but he doesn't. So he is this idealistic version of this savior or whatever, and I think I try to talk about that thing in my previous video also, being Boogie Bob. But he is essentially this savior kind of figure that uh, people have imagined him to be. And what I liked about that story, All Star Superman, is essentially how it tries to humanize him, where they finally introduce a conflict and tell him that he's dying, which is the most human thing that human conflict that you can introduce in a Superman story, that he has cancer and he's essentially trying to grapple with how he will deal with his limited time, try to accomplish everything, try to make the world a better place, and also uh, uh, give his personal life uh, some attention, because I feel like Superman is Clark Kent. I don't think Superman, like how we presume, like a lot of these superheroes, how there's this idea that their human version is their mask and superhero is who they actually are. But I always beg to differ with that because that doesn't make any sense to me, because Clark Kent is who he was as a child. He was raised as that human character. So I feel like Superman is always this human figure. And in All Star Superman, one of my favorite panels that I love was this short little panel where this teenage girl who was about to kill herself from jumping off a building. And in the next panel, Superman just comes there and gives her a hug and tells her everything is going to be okay. And she breaks apart. I always break at that panel. Such a powerful panel, but still such a simple panel.
Yeah, like, the reason I this is precisely the reason I find Superman such such an interesting character because any story in which you make him fight a powerful monster, you have to give him a
Yeah.
very difficult challenge to fight.
Yeah.
That would be a very uninteresting story to look at.
Hmm.
Because that's not what the character is. Superman is essentially someone who can just beat anything with ease.
Yeah.
And, in contrast to Batman, who you mostly read to see in what clever way he will overcome his situations.
I feel like Batman is possibly the most fluid character in that we have created, because there are so many interpretations that vastly differ. Like every different person has their own idea of what Batman is, which is always fascinating because there is no one Batman in everyone's mind, right? Even in the different films that we have seen, every iteration of Batman is so drastically different to each other.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about
Yeah.
the Wonder
So
Woman
what
by
I
Greg Rucka.
yeah. So what I like about Wonder Woman as a character is how different she is from a lot of other popular heroes, because she is doesn't have a secret identity, right? She is this superhero or this Amazonian demigod who is living on Earth. She doesn't have any alias. And in this comic that I'm reading, I haven't completed it yet. It's about her dealing. It's a very political comic. It is about her being this ambassador of Themyscira, while also be trying to live on Earth and trying to it's it tries to imagine a world where if superheroes were real, like how would that actually look like, and not in a edgy way. It is it tries to portray this political landscape of uh, uh, where Wonder Woman has to deal with a lot of these countries, a lot of these politicians. And like one of the things that I was looking at as she wrote this uh, autobiography about her life, where she essentially tries to talk about her experiences in life. And like there was this short instance where this uh, journalist who looks into that, like we are seeing a opposing force to that character for for a big story arc, and she looks at that and she's essentially trying to look into different words and try to reframe different words in different ways, and how like try to antagonize and try to uh, incite some kind of conflict in that. And like one of the things that was brought up about her, how she supported abortion and all that, and how uh, about how her environmentalist values and all that. And it was then we see a lot of these conflicts that happen, a lot of these opposing forces, and people who write against that, and people who think that she is this woman, everyone who has different ideas about what Wonder Woman is, and which is interesting to me because she is living she's it brings this very real this reality to that comic, where we get to see this this person who wants to do so much, and she's genuinely trying to accomplish a lot of stuff, but uh, even after all she's trying to do, she still have to come across with different people who have different reasons to act the way they do. Some people don't like what she stands for, and some people, and which is something that is still happening right now. And I like how it is essentially her dealing with that while also dealing with uh, her family and all that. And
Cupcake.
I think it is from early 2000s. And another comic, like one of the thing that was released right before it was Katia, which is also about that. But what I was trying to get at was, what I liked about this was tries to how it tries to portray the world. Because one thing that I don't like in because it is very hard to create this world and have these different segments of the world, because you will have a Superman comic, you will have a Batman comic, you will have a Wonder Woman. Like every these characters exist by themselves, right, in that world. But for example, theoretically, Joker shouldn't be much of a thing if Superman exists, right? That is one of the conflict that a lot of people have. So what I like about this comic is how it doesn't feel like it is taking place in a Wonder Woman world. It takes place in this world where Batman also exists, where Superman also exists, and what how like there was one instance where I saw that there was this fire going on, like forest fire going on, right? And I don't understand it properly because I have to look into it more. But there was this short moment where someone uh, who was trying to essentially put it out. She stops him because it's she explains him how we shouldn't do that and how it is very natural, how it is a natural thing that should happen, and it is eventually going to say lead to something better in plant. I don't understand exactly, but she is essentially trying to say how she's a character who is trying to see life in both human and nature. She, because she is a god, is not a human. That is a major distinction between her and a lot of different superheroes. And I think she is one of the very few superheroes who doesn't have a rule against killing. So it's very interesting to see when she deals with different characters like Batman, who has a strong code against killing, and like existing alongside Superman, who also doesn't like to kill. And she is this character who doesn't have a human perspective against into that world and how to make it better, because she is this god who is looking into that world, and she looks at every aspect of the world in the sense that other people would not be able to. Even Superman, even though how powerful he is, he's still a human who has lived. He doesn't have those experiences that Wonder Woman has. He still has a human perspective in all of his views, and her conflict against Batman was really fascinating to read to me.
I feel really interested in reading women superheroes now.
Yeah.
I think I'll probably read this.
Uh,
Wonder Woman sounds like a really interesting character.
and I was really fascinated by her. I also looked into her creation, and it was essentially this guy, the person who created her. What?
Yes, yes, go on.
Do
I know
you know
about
about
that.
that? It was
Yeah.
essentially this person who was living in a polyamorous relationship, and who based her off his two wives. They were not public about that, of course, but it is fascinating to see how her originate her she literally embodies this uh, her creation has always been progressive and always have this progressive attitude, and I feel like initially it was being shied away from, but now it is coming back slowly. She is one of the most political characters there is, and her creator had this specific, because a lot of times what happens is, like, I don't think the guy who created Superman had any larger idea of what Superman was supposed to be. He just thought this is a guy who can fly, right? But I don't think that is the case with Wonder Woman. I think that is really interesting to see, and how those ideas are portrayed. And there was another
Do you
panel.
not know?
What?
Just interrupt you for a second. Do you not know the other part of that story?
What do you mean?
Uh, about the invention of the inventor of Wonder Woman, the creator of Wonder Woman.
Like, what part are you talking about? I think
So
I'm
though he was a psychologist, right? This
he
guy
created lie
who
detector
created
test.
Wonder. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
and you know how Wonder Woman has this lasso of truth.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, I know.
So he
I mean,
essentially
she
goes into
has a
lie
lot of.
detector.
I mean, she also has a lot of weird BDSM aspects to her too, because a lot of her initial comics were that her having lasso of truth and all that. She has those elements it put, implemented into her as well. But yeah, I mean, not just Wonder Woman. It's interesting to me how, um, like, I am recently finding a newfound love for one because I've never really read a lot of her comics before. Like the one that about to talk about was this Wonder Woman Hikatia, which is essentially this entire giant conflict that she has with Batman and how she literally beats the shit out of Batman. Like you should look into her cover. Like it's such a iconic cover.
किसका?
It's basically Wonder Woman standing on having her foot on the top of Batman's head. Wonder Woman Hikatia.
Uh, Wonder Woman what?
Hikatia. Hik.
Hmm. Oh,
Yeah.
what the hell? Hikatia? What's Hikatia?
It's a Greek. Uh, it's a Greek. Uh, uh, I forget exactly. Like it's a Greek practice. I can't do. I can't explain it properly because.
Is it a part of that story you just
Yeah,
mentioned?
yeah.
Greg Rucka. Oh, I'll definitely read this now.
Yeah. But another thing that I wanted to mention was like talking about this. I briefly mentioned that, but like the idea of because I've been really fascinated with this idea of what is canon and what is not, and like I feel like to me at least it doesn't really matter. Like what do you
How
think?
have you been fascinated by?
Is
I mean, I think I have the same opinion.
like I don't
I'm
think there
really
is a
there
canon
for
because
that conversation.
what?
That conversation of what's canon and what's not.
Yeah,
I don't really care for that conversation.
because it's like you would still like if Ben Affleck's Batman was not canon in Pattinson or whatever, you would still have seen that movie, right? You would still, even subconsciously, you would still have it would still affect your understanding of Batman in some way, and it will add to that. And moving from that, you would whenever you're going to watch another Batman media, you would still have that in your memory, and whatever is happening, there's a part of you that will judge it according to that. And I feel like when I came to that understanding, I that's when I really ended up loving the whole long continuity thing, established universe where that will seemingly go on forever. Because
I think Vidhu,
yeah,
Has had this experience with Zelda.
with Zelda, yeah,
The first Zelda game he played was Twilight Princess, right?
yeah,
So was the, that's the first game he played, and that game is a sort of an outlier in Zelda.
yeah.
It's slightly darker.
That's why I was
Weird.
surprised. That's why I was surprised by his answer that he said his favorite game was Twilight Princess.
And after that, he played Skyward Sword, which is a really different game compared to that. But I think Skyward Sword is one of the most acclaimed Zelda games.
Yeah.
But he did not like it because that's not what Zelda was to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
And apparently, Skyward Sword was like along the lines of what most of the other Zelda games were, which was surprising to me.
Really?
Because because it felt too light-hearted and
Because
there was not much tension.
from what I've heard, Majora's Mask is also very dark. Like, if you haven't tried, I would recommend that. Like, it is a sequel to. I don't know what it is a sequel to. Let me. Zelda has a
I've
very
heard of
convoluted
Ocarina
timeline.
of Time, I think. It's equal to Ocarina of Time, I think.
I don't think it is a sequel to. I think Ocarina of Time is basically it establishes this world where from which a lot of timeline are connected to. I don't think it is a sequel to that. Let me confirm this. Okay. No, it is a sequel to Ocarina. That's weird.
do not question the guy who has actually played Zelda.
I mean, technically, Ocarina of Time has many sequels. I thought Majora's Mask was okay. Maybe I got that wrong. Never mind.
Oh.
But Ocarina of Time has
So
many
are you still
sequels.
reading? Mhm.
What?
I was just saying, are you still reading this comic?
Yeah, I think I'm halfway through. I mean, it's a proper run, right? It's not a graphic novel. It has many issues. Like there are three omnibuses. So I'm at the second one right now. You have seen the first Wonder
Three
Woman
what?
film, right? Omnibuses is basically a collection of like a lot of issues into one volume, like 30,
Uh,
15 to 15ish issues in a one single volume. It,
uh,
yeah. You have seen the first Wonder Woman film, right?
I was so disappointed by that film.
Yeah.
I felt that it had such an interesting premise, but
I,
it disappointed.
I've always felt like Chris Pine was the least interesting character in Wonder Woman mythos. Not Chris Pine, sorry. Steve. Steve. Yeah, I feel like that character is like the most forced relationship that a lot of men have just given Wonder Woman because they want her to have a Lois Lane.
Yeah.
I've always
Uh,
and I like how he's not a factor in this run at least.
oh,
Because Wonder Woman is a bisexual, right? And I would really would be fascinated by seeing her with more uh, females. And there was a one line actually, like she was at a press conference and uh, some reporter asks us, "Do you have a boyfriend?" And she first says, "I do not." And then she also said, "And just to confirm that I also don't have a girlfriend right now," which was such like I felt like that was a really cool moment as well.
that's not.
And even like that guy just doesn't seem like Wonder Woman is this adventurous character, and I feel like they want her to be like Superman. That's the entire need for that character to humanize her, and that is not the point of Wonder Woman at all. I feel like.
Hmm.
Cool. Okay.
Interesting.
So
But though, how's your chess world championship going? That last time you talked about it, you seemed really anxious.
Yes. So I will go through you each of the matches.
I'm really curious by that because when I first read that, I wasn't sure about that. Like you are in a tournament right now.
Right.
No.
I will give you context for
Okay.
this.
Okay.
Uddeshya really enjoys chess. That's a major hobby for him.
Yeah.
And he also watches a lot of chess.
Hmm.
And he is the best chess player I personally know.
Oh, I mean, I would love to play against you. I mean, it's just something that I do at side, but I would love to challenge myself against you. I also have a friend who is also into chess, but how, like, I don't like, I've always been fascinated by that whole aspect of chess, like, because I've seen some media, not about chess, like, it is about shogi. Like, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, Sankatsu no Line, which is about shogi players. But I'm like, like what is the experience of watching chess? Like it always fascinated me. Like is it something that you
But
put it on background or is it something that you actively uh, view?
I actively view it, and the main aspect, enjoyable aspect for me is that chess is one of those rare sports in which you can actually follow along the players. Like when the
Hmm.
match is going on, I can like think, okay, what should or like what is going on in this position, what will I do, and then I can see that what the player does and try to understand what is his strategy and what is he trying to think. So like I can play along with the players, which I don't think you can do in many sports. Like in cricket or football, you can just only watch and support for some specific team. But in chess, you can actually play along with them and try to like really understand what is going on in their minds.
Hmm. Yeah, that sounds like how long does a typical chess match last? I
Well,
presume
there are different formats.
yeah.
Currently, the World Championship,
Hmm.
we have two. Like each player has 2 hours on their clocks,
Okay.
and after they reach move 40, they get an additional half an hour. So they like generally go on for about 4 hours, 4 to 5 hours. Classical games.
That's
And
interesting.
then there is rapid format, which is like about 20 minutes long. And then there is blitz and bullet, which are like a couple minutes, or even like in bullet, there's a strictly 1 minute format. So there are those, I guess.
Like the only my mostly experience with chess, at least at this stage of my life, is through that app chess.com, and I mostly just play the 30-minute games. I feel I feel like playing a longer game would be much better. Like I feel like 30 minutes is too short for a proper to truly experience a chess game, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
I personally also prefer longer
Yeah.
time formats in chess.
Like sometimes how long can they actually like go? Like how what is like the some of the longest? Because I've heard like they can last for days too.
Yes, they can last for days. I think in uh, historical times there were some matches which they would actually pause at some point and they will continue the other day. And like the way in which they pause, a player will have to write down their move on a piece of paper,
Yeah.
and like they would give it to the arbiter, and the other player cannot see which move he wrote down.
Okay.
And the next day, the arbiter would play that move. So it is done so that the other player cannot analyze for the next move onwards, right?
Okay.
So like they did do that, and which means that some of the matches went on for several
Wait,
days.
like do they? Okay. Uh, like I don't understand. Like when they stop the game, like when the game is stopped, why, why do they have to write the next move?
No, because like if I made a move and the game is stopped,
Yeah.
then the opponent can like think about what he will do for the whole day, right?
Okay. Okay.
But if I if, instead of making a move, I write down which move I will make and give it to the arbiter. So the opponent won't know, right, that which move I'm going to play and which, like where he has to
Acha,
think,
I understand.
start thinking.
So it's like if I'm the last person who had a move, and to stop it, the next person, if I have decided a move, I'll write it down, and then we'll proceed the next step.
Yes,
Okay. Okay. That makes sense.
yes.
Cool.
They don't do it this anymore because, of course, nowadays we have computers and like they can just
Yeah.
help you a lot, and it would ruin the whole experience. So they don't do this anymore. But this is the way they used to do it, uh, like about 50, 60 years ago, I think.
Like, how much is the interest in the contemporary world for long chess matches? Like, do you feel like it is most like these shorter 30-minute have ruined some aspect of chess in some way?
Okay. So chess has become really popular in the recent years. It was not as popular like before 2020, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. I think COVID
And
helped in that a lot.
yes, and a part of that attributes to the shorter time format chess, because someone who is not familiar with chess won't find it interesting to look at players play, and they are like taking 2 hours to make a single move. You would just get bored.
Yeah.
But in shorter time formats, there are a lot of blunders, even at the top level. in short time format they will make mistakes and it, they will reach pretty crazy positions which they won't reach in longer time format. So it definitely makes the game interesting for the viewers,
Yeah.
but for the players and like for those who uh, like it for the game itself, I generally prefer the longer formats.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it seems like longer is for mostly like if you're purist or someone who is like deeply into it as a passion or
Yeah,
something.
and also I I'm one of those who believe that the shorter format chess is basically an entirely different game
Yeah, yeah.
because
It's mostly
yeah,
about
it
how
becomes more
well
of
you. Sorry, go on.
yeah, it, it's more about intuition and how
Yeah.
quickly you can like properly judge the position and in longer formats the more important thing is how deeply can you calculate a given position. So like different skills are even though they have some overlap of course but the main skills in both of these formats are like entirely different in which like one is about intuition and the other is about
Yeah.
how long can you calculate.
It's almost like
Oh, that's a really interesting way to look at it.
yeah, yeah.
Never thought about it that
Like what I'm fascinated by is like whenever I try to play it, like there the way I see it as is there's essentially two ways, broadly two ways you can play chess. At least in the way I view it, is like one is basically you are planning all these different moves, right? And you're analyzing different stuff and what will happen. And then there's another aspect which seems like it is more prevalent for the shorter games is how well you can adapt to everything and your ability to adapt at every way and how you are going to react to that. Like some things that you might have not expected would have happened that might have destroyed whatever you have planned for the next few moves and how you are going to adapt to those situations.
It's a good point because like the current best player in terms of rating is
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen and he's known to like intentionally complicate things
Yeah.
in which you would come out at top because he's better at like generally better at
Yeah.
most players at like analyzing a weird like structures where it would be a unfamiliar territory for his opponent and he can generally calculate better
Yeah.
than others.
That seems fascinating to me. Like essentially he's throwing all these different things for them to think about and then he at the same time is adapting to that in this weird way. Like he's it almost reminds me of this almost like there's this martial artist whose essentially game plan is like he is so aggressive at the start. Like he's throwing all these different stuff, and for the first 3 rounds, his goal is just to read the opponent in a way. And as he's while he's still engaging with them in combat, right? But as he's doing that, his goal is not to win those rounds. His goal is to just understand and um, understand and try to counter them in a way that when we get to later rounds, they virtually have zero answer to whatever he's doing. They don't understand because he seems to have answer over every little thing they have done. So he's like he has understand and uh, deciphered their entire fighting style in the first 3 rounds, and to the point that they have overloaded their mind with that. It's
So like I'll give you to some context like what this world championship is.
yeah,
It's basically there is a title as world champion which is given uh, to like I don't think each year but I think every couple years or something. I'm not sure about this. But like there's a current world champion and then there's a challenger. So if the current world champion uh, wins in this championship match, he would retain his title of world champion.
yeah.
And if the challenger wins, then the challenger would get that world champion title.
Okay.
So essentially in this championship only two players play for about 2 weeks
Okay.
every day,
Like,
and whoever wins gets the world champion title.
what's the difference between a world champion and a grandmaster?
Oh, so there are thousands of grandmasters around the world,
Okay.
but there is only one world champion. You get
Huh.
the grandmaster title when you should first at least have, I think, 2500 rating, like the live FIDE rating, which you get from official by playing official tournaments.
Okay.
And on top of that, you have to meet certain criteria, that you have to defeat certain amount of other grandmasters. You have to win certain reputed tournaments, and after that, you get that grandmaster title.
Okay.
And to become world champion, you basically have to defeat the current world champion.
That's interesting because I had it the opposite in my mind. Like the way I thought it was that grandmaster was a position even above world champion. That's interesting. Cool.
Uh, Abhyuday, did you know about this, or are you also surprised?
You told me about this a long time ago.
Yeah, I have actually heard this doubt from multiple people now. And
Like because people are not that aware of the world champion title.
Yeah.
We like the Grand Master title is more popular in chess.
Hmm.
so in this world championship, we have um, Ding Liren from China, who is the current world champion, and then we have the challenger Gukesh Kamaraju,
Hmm.
who is from India. And
Though is a fan.
yes, I am a fan of the both of the players.
Okay.
Gukesh being an 18-year-old and the youngest world champion challenger in the history of chess. And also, he's the second Indian chess player to challenge for the world champion title. The first one was Vishwanathan Anand,
Okay.
who I believe became the world champion in 2008 and was world champion for about 5 years, I think. So Gukesh is the second uh, chess player to challenge challenge the world champion for the title. Yeah, so it's pretty exciting, I guess.
O-
The
Okay.
Ding Liren from,
Yeah.
from China, he used to be my favorite chess player of all chess players.
Hmm.
Uh, like 2 years ago, when he was at his prime and became the world champion, his games were so interesting. Like he found so interesting approach to each position and play in a non standard ways. But after he became world champion, from what I've heard, he had a breakup and he went into depression. It's not clear exactly if it was breakup or some other reason. It is not revealed publicly. But essentially, he did talk about that he went into depression and was facing many mental issues, and that showed on his games after he became world champion. He kept on losing many games in a row, and for that continued for like 2 years. Even now, uh, he did not win a single match for about 300 days this year, which is crazy. Like these chess players are playing in tournaments continuously,
Oh.
so they are essentially playing at some tournament every every other day. And he did not win a single match for about 300 days.
You that sounds like a story I would like to see.
It's it's amazing. So before this world championship, everyone assumed that this is going to be a pretty one-sided world championship. Gukesh will totally easily get all the wins. As Gukesh, like just 2 months ago, there was the chess Olympiad in which teams from all all the countries around the world participate, and Gukesh won the gold medal in that in his board he was playing. Like in the Indian team won, and even winning the tournament. On top of that, he was the best player in the whole tournament, Gukesh. So like Gukesh is currently at his peak, while Ding was assumed to be at his lowest. So like everybody assumed that this World Championship is going to be one-sided, and to everybody's surprise, in the first round of this World Championship, Ding Liren won with the black pieces. So if you know that in chess uh, white player, the one with the white pieces plays first, and the black player plays the second move. So basically, the black player has a disadvantage from the very start.
Yeah.
So it's quite uncommon for the black player to convert a win. So Ding Liren does exactly that. He comes, plays with the black pieces, and somehow gets a win. Everybody's mind was blown. It was pretty insane. Albeit, when analyzing the game, it seemed like Gukesh made some mistakes, but Ginding was able to convert those mistakes into a win, which was quite fascinating. So that was the day one. In day two, they played with the white pieces, like each round the color alternates. Like one day Gukesh will play with white pieces, the next day Ding will play. So Ding played with the white pieces, and he quickly converted it into a draw. Like it was clear that he did not push even a little bit for a win, which was quite interesting. Like everybody was expecting like he would push really hard, but he did not even try a little bit. In the third day, Gukesh again had the white pieces, and Gukesh won a very convincing victory. Uh, I would mainly attribute it to his opening preparation this time. Like he was able to really put him under time pressure,
Hmm.
and Ding lost. Actually, lost on time. He did not even got checkmated or he resigned. He his clock ran to zero, which is an automatic defeat in chess. So that was also quite an interesting match. So now, in three rounds, there were two decisive games. Decisive in the sense there was not a draw and one of the players won, which is quite rare for World Championship. Generally, in World Championships, most games are draws and only one or two games are decisive in which a player has won. But in three rounds, there were two decisive games. So that's quite uncommon, and it basically set a ground, like expectation for the whole crowd that it's going to be a really interesting championship. After round three, there was a break, like a rest day in which they won't play a match on that day, just take a rest and strategize for the rounds ahead. And yesterday was round four, which was also a draw, and today was round five, in which Gukesh played with white pieces, and it was also a draw. So currently the score is even. None of the players have any lead, but it looks like it's looking like a really interesting world championship. Like nobody knows who will win. Neither of the players can come.
I don't know why suddenly there is skill descriptions and suddenly got an epiphany of why you have to win two consecutive points in tennis to actually score a win. That did not make sense to me until just now.
So इसमें टोटल 14 राउंड्स होते हैं. अभी 5 राउंड हो चुके हैं.
Okay.
So essentially, I guess.
And what if it's
More
tie even after 14?
ओके सो अगर 14 के 14 राउंड्स हो जाते हैं और दोनों के टाइड है, तो फिर अभी जैसे क्लासिकल टाइम फॉर्मेट में चल रहा है विद 2 hours on their clocks, it would convert to a rapid format, जिसमें basically tie breaker होता है, right? They will play, I think, 20-minute matches.
That's interesting to me.
Uh,
So like,
and if they, yeah,
like I thought the tiebreaker would be essentially an increased time limit or no time limit or something like that.
no, it's quite the opposite.
Yeah,
And
that's
if they draw in the tiebreaker, the time would go even lower. Like from 20 minutes, it will come to 5 minutes.
oh.
And if they tie in the 5-minute format, it will come to 1 minute. And it keeps on decreasing
So
until there is a decisive.
so at that point, like I haven't played a lot of games. Like, how do you judge who is winning and losing? Like, like if
You like
someone,
the game.
if we are playing a 2 minute blitz game and if no one lost any pieces, then how are we going to decide who was leading?
No, no, like in every chess game, there is like either uh, there's a stalemate, so it can be a draw, or
Okay, okay.
they uh, like agree to a draw. But otherwise, the win is decided by checkmate, right?
Yeah.
The one who checkmates the opponent wins.
Okay.
It can't happen that time run out हो गया, then judge has to decide who won. वो जिसका time run out होता है वो हार ही जाता है, तो they have to end the
Okay,
game
yeah,
before
yeah.
the time runs
I
out.
understand.
That's about it.
Okay, so
World Championship.
as we are talking about this, I really need to ask you this. Like, what did you make up of the whole story about that guy who won that game using a vibrator?
Who won which game? Oh, that Hans Niemann.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
whole thing.
Do you know Nathan Fielder is
That
making
was-
his directorial debut on that incident?
I have no idea.
I did not know that.
He's making a movie called Checkmate on that. I can't imagine what that would look like.
I think it's pretty overblown. I honestly do not think he will survive.
Okay, so it's like it's overblown in the sense that that didn't happen according to you.
What is the story?
Do you know?
Okay, so
Yeah.
is this Magnus Carlsen, right? Who is the highest rated player of all time. And then there is this guy called Hans Niemann, who is also a top player. Like I think at the time he was in top 20 or something. But he comes along and he defeats Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces. And when he goes out of like that match, you usually have to give an interview, right, about the match. And when the interviewer asks him about the match, he just says, "Chess speaks for itself," and leaves without giving the interview. So, like that was quite shocking to everyone कि वो स्टाइल मार रहा है बंदा बेसिकली वर्ल्ड के टॉप प्लेयर को हरा के एंड लाइक एक्चुअली इट्स नॉट दैट अनकॉमन कि मैग्नस कार्लसन ऐसा कभी नहीं होता कि वो हारे ही ना किसी से ओकेशनली हार जाता है कभी कभी वो एंड इवन जब उसने हांस सिमर ने हराया था उसके फॉलोइंग गेम्स में आई थिंक लगातार फिर मैग्नस कार्लसन जीतते गया था लाइन से nobody talks about that but basically मेन थिंग वही है कि वो पहला मैच या पहला दूसरा जो भी मैच था उसमें हांस निमन हराता है उसको मैग्नस कार्लसन को और वो ऐसे ऐड कर रहा है जैसे कि लाइक ही इज़ द बेस्ट प्लेयर ऑफ ऑल टाइम एंड उसके उसके बाद होता ये है कि और कोई दूसरे मैच में उसको एनालिसिस करना होता है मैच का वो कोई दूसरे मैच का इंटरव्यू दे रहा होता है एंड ही सीम्स लाइक वो काफ़ी उसको आइडिया नहीं है उसका कि वो क्या मूव चला और क्यों चला उसका मतलब जो मूव वो खुद चला है वो उसका एक्सप्लेनेशन ही सही से नहीं दे पा रहा है वो that might happen out of exhaustion, or maybe he was nervous or whatever. I don't know. But people used to speculate कर रहे थे कि maybe he was cheating during these games.
Maybe, I think even if he did cheat, if that's speculation, if that's a way to analyze it, you said that he's still one of the top players in the world, right?
Yes, yes.
Like, even if he did cheat, he should be able to analyze a game. You
No,
know,
there's a difference between analyzing a game and giving an explanation of why you made a certain right.
like,
Because
but you should be able to realize that later, right?
it's not that simple. Because if you like analyze top games and see the best, usually the grandmasters, the top players, not at all play the best move, which is the objectively the best move in a position. Like 5 out of 10 times they would play something which is not the best move. And the best move generally has a really deep meaning, which is quite difficult to understand even by the grandmasters. Like you have to look 20 moves ahead to understand why a certain move is the best move uh, in a position. So like it is not as quite simple as that. Like you can look at a move and
Not
like
even in
instantly.
retrospect.
No, it is not that simple.
Wait, so like, where did this entire butt plug thing came into this story then?
Yeah, so when Hans Niemann defeated Magnus Carlsen, and it was followed by that, like he avoiding the interview with that statement that just speaks for itself, and also in another interview, he was his interview was not was a little suspicious, as people said. I haven't watched the interview, and I think there was a third thing that in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann, he made certain moves which like the Magnus Carlsen thought were quite suspicious. Like they were uh, inhuman in some sense. So people suspected that maybe he was cheating, and then the question came into play like how would he cheat, right? So the most interesting answer I would say would be that he would be using a butt plug for it.
That's
The idea of inhuman chess moves.
like that's such an interesting statement that you use. Inhuman chess move, like.
I think we found the title of this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that
Like the idea that
obviously not that.
like the idea that the top person, like top ranked player in the world, would think that something that is so weird to him that he wouldn't expect is inhuman is interesting.
No, something also notable happened. After this tournament, they had another tournament coming up
Yeah.
in which both Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann play. And Magnus Carlsen withdrew from that tournament. He did not play in that tournament.
Oh.
So, like, it was basically saying that Magnus Carlsen thinks he was cheating and he does not want to play against him.
So like,
To
is it still up for speculation, or is it like all concrete enough that he was
Where
cheating?
does the specificity of a vibrator comes from? Sure, like you can speculate that he cheated, but where does the vibrator come from?
I don't know its origin. I think
I feel like because that is something that you would be able to hide quite well. Isn't that?
it's sensible. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's a sensible answer to that question. How you would cheat.
Like it would. Huh.
If there is a device, it has to be inside your body, right? And one of the places to put something inside your body is naturally a button.
The a very scene, like this very image of a guy taking pleasure from a word plug while playing chess against the top ranked player in the world is so fucking insane to me. And like thinking how Nathan Fielder is going to portray that is even more fascinating to me.
Also, after Magnus Carlsen withdrew, like he was getting that Hans Niemann guy was getting mocked all over the internet, right, because of this butt plug thing. So in response, he sued Magnus Carlsen for I think about $1 million
Okay.
for defamation and false accusation.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to that lawsuit, but that was a thing.
So it was Max who put out this thing in the world that he is using a vibrator.
No, no.
So how is he
No,
suing him?
It was not an official.
Because he did make a statement, right?
So I don't think he made a.
If we like consider this, how some organization leaving Twitter and going to Blue Sky is a political statement, even if you don't overtly say it.
Yeah.
So he is refusing to him refusing to have him as the opponent is a statement, covert statement that he thinks that this guy cheats.
Yeah, and that is like Elon Musk suing those companies because they are leaving Twitter. That doesn't make sense. You can't sue them because they don't want to.
अरे, but उसका वो his career depends on that, right? Or on him
No,
being
I'm.
able to
I
succeed
understand
as
that, but I'm
a
saying
genuine chess player.
I'm talking about the valuability of that lawsuit. Like that doesn't seem like it has anything going for it because he's essentially accusing a guy who can think that he might have cheated. Like if he had specified that he's sure that he's using this or what, I feel like that it makes more sense to me.
I feel that if somebody like Magnus Carlsen implies that this guy cheats, there's a good chance of their career might
Yeah,
being threatened.
that's true. But I just don't think that you can sue him over because it doesn't seem like it's still an.
How is like I personally don't have an opinion on it, just being a devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
But why should you be able to like
Because even if he was
protect
lying,
your
it just seems like something that any sore loser could do. Like I'm not even saying he's a sore loser. I'm just saying that is very common in sports and in games that a lot of people can say that if they lost that guy was cheating. I don't think that's a very strange statement that it's a very common thing that.
dude, but it's one thing in that context of other games now, अलग-अलग teams होते हैं, but I feel that chess has a very different sort of hierarchy where the words of one person matter clearly matter
Yeah.
more than the words of others.
Yeah, but my point is you can't sue someone over words.
I will add something to you which I did not say. Like I forgot to mention.
Yeah.
There is more to the story. So he did not just sue Magnus Carlsen, he sued chess.com, this site, along
Okay.
with it. The reason for that is like chess.com is like the biggest site for chess, right?
Yeah.
And Magnus Carlsen, being the biggest, like the highest rated chess player, brings in the most market and attracts the most people, right?
Hmm.
So it is in chess.com's interest to favor Magnus. And in light of those events, chess.com released an article banning Hans Niemann from
That
playing
makes
online
more
chess.
sense to me. Yeah.
Yes.
Now I can understand
And
his point of view.
Yes, and the reason they banned wasn't because of his recent activities. It was because apparently he was cheating when he was like 15 or 16 years old playing online.
Hmm.
And to which he did admit that he did cheat when
Okay.
he started playing chess online. At some point, like he cheated, like he took assistance from the computer when playing online a few times, but then he stopped doing that, is what Hans Niemann said. But it is wrong to like assume like if he cheated once, he would cheat again and over the board.
Like, but is there nothing like if someone is fine, like if it is out that he did cheat, like would there be some kind of action that could be taken against him?
No, because it was not any like official tournament or something like
Okay. Cool.
today. Like he cheated on online chess over like casual players.
No, he's talking. I think he's talking about his match with Magnus
Yeah,
Carlsen.
yeah.
There would be
Oh, if it
consequences.
is, yes, of course, there will be consequences.
Yeah, exactly.
His career will be ruined if it is like definitely it is confirmed that he was cheating, but I don't think it has been confirmed.
Hmm. Okay.
So, how are you feeling about this match? Vidhu?
This what?
The match जो अभी चल रहा है.
Which match?
It has been quite interesting, and like even in today's match, it was a pretty equal game until Gukesh made a mistake and like he was in a disadvantage. They did not try to push for a win, and like and the game ended in a draw. And after that, after the match, I was like scrolling through the subreddit, uh, chess subreddit, and people were quite angry with him about that. That Ding has been quite actively avoiding to try to push for a win and just settle for a draw consistently, while Gukesh has been trying to push. And I personally do not have a problem with Ding not pushing for a win because I can clearly see that Ding actually does not care that much about his title, world champion title. He just want to like play stress free and uh, play safely is what I would say. Like Gukesh has not been a world champion, so of course he will like push beyond his boundaries to become a world champion. But Ding, on the other hand, does not really have much to lose here. So like, of course, he won't just give the victory to Gukesh. He would fight his own, but like he's not trying to like overexert himself over, to win this championship. Is what I can say, and I don't think there's a problem with that. He can play in whichever way he wants.
That's very interesting that you are able to observe such stories going through chess games like that. Like it's also a series of chess games,
Yeah.
like 20 chess games, right?
14.
14. Oh,
Yes.
yeah, that's interesting to be able to see that.
Also, like not just chess games, in the post-game interviews, Deng said it himself that like he could have pushed for an advantage and for a win, but he just wanted to play safely and settle for a draw. He said it himself, like in the post-game interview.
You brought up previously how like chess is different from other sports, and I think, of course, that is true. But I think out of every major sport, like I feel like the closest one that is that has some aspect of chess is, I feel like it is Test cricket in some way.
Test cricket.
Test cricket.
In what way?
In sense that it is because it also can go on for a very long time. It can also a lot of times can end in draws. Like even after 5 day or entire series can result in a draw. There might be no conclusion, and it is generally also a much more cerebral format of cricket in the sense like, and it also like in the sense that it generally there are more decisions that are being thought for every different uh, uh, position or like strategy for a bowler. Like I'm not a fan of cricket. I'm just like I feel like Test cricket feels like it out of every other major sport that I can think of. It seems like it has some similarities to chess in some ways, at least.
I can see what you're referring to.
Like
Even
because
though, like as I mentioned,
yeah,
that chess used to be prolonged for several days, but it doesn't happen anymore. It generally
yeah,
ends in few hours now.
yeah. I mean that seems like something that had to be done to thrive in the modern world.
And like even if it's a few hours long, you do not realize how
Yeah.
time goes by especially towards the end. Like it gets so intense and stressful.
Yeah.
Like you do not feel like there's 30 minutes left. When you see at the clock and see 30 minutes remaining, you think there's only 30 minutes
Yeah.
left.
That's it. That's interesting. From like I can imagine like from someone looking from outside, two players playing chess can almost seem very therapeutic, but it's can be so fucking stressful. So I don't maybe it can be so stressful a game of chess that it's insane. But it can look there's an act the actual act of playing chess can seem very therapeutic.
Vidhu,
Yeah.
I'll make sure you're able to play that game with Vidhu.
I mean, I think I'm going to get my ass handed to me, but sure, I'll look forward to challenging myself.
Me too.
I think it's just something that I do sometimes, occasionally. Do
Now, Vidhu, tell me,
what?
why do you hate Dawn?
Uh, Acha, I feel like when I started Letterboxd, when I was locking a lot of my Bollywood stuff, like if I didn't think much of them or didn't care enough for them, I just rated them very harshly. I still don't think I would like it.
It was like a Dawn of the.
बहुत पहले I don't remember anything about it.
I watched it for the first few episodes and it's
Which is so
amazing.
which is so fascinating. I'm surprised तूने कभी पहले नहीं देखी थी डॉन.
No, मैंने Dawn 2 देखी है, although I don't remember that. Yes.
That's you have never heard of Dawn 2? That's interesting. I feel like when it was like I remember when it was out, it felt like a sensation.
I sort of remember that too.
Like for me, it's just I can't connect or I can't care about any character or the way the stuff lot of those films is. I just think it's just a personal thing for me. It's very rare for me to care about a lot of their style of storytelling in Bollywood.
I personally really like the
Yeah.
weird, almost goofy sometimes.
Yeah, but my issue with that, yeah, I understand. My issue with that is a lot of times I feel like I love that and appreciate that in stuff when I feel like it was intentional, but I don't feel like that was intentional in those films. I feel like that they generally thought this looked cool. I don't think they wanted to make it campy, is what I'm trying to
But
say.
I mean, uh, do you know who made that film?
Farhan Akhtar, right?
Yes, and he does seem to have history of knowing what he's doing.
Okay, again,
But
that was from like when I logged it, it was from a very earlier perception. I don't think I like it, but I might still appreciate it. Of course, I wouldn't think it is a 5 star, a half star film now, but I don't think I like it still.
yeah.
I do like. I thought I saw you also log Tamasha, which is something that I really liked. I loved watching that film.
Tamasha,
Not Tamasha,
I
sorry, Talash.
like.
Sorry, Talash.
Oh, Tarash. Yeah,
Yeah,
I love that
yeah.
film too.
I also like that.
Especially after like having played something like Silent Hill, I think
Yeah,
makes me appreciate something like Talash
yeah,
more than I could have without it. Because I feel that Talash is trying to be in that genre of
yeah.
media tone, which is really interesting. उसके अलावा I watched this other film too, which was मर्द को दर्द नहीं होता.
How old is that?
How was it?
Uh, it's actually uh, a nice film. It's a fun film to watch, and it is something. It does something you get don't get to see that often in uh, in the cinema,
Yeah.
which is it's a love letter to uh, old action films,
Okay.
and like the action films the filmmakers might have grown up with, like from campy Bollywood action to Drunken Master and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So it really actively refers. It's even in its premise, it's about this guy who is not able to feel pain because of some disease, and uh, he is really overprotected by his father because of it.
Hmm.
But in secret, throughout his life, as uh, he learns martial arts
Yeah.
by watching movies on VHS.
Okay.
I
That
did
sounds
not
like
know
Drishyam.
this movie में actually ऐसा premise था इस type का
किस किसमें
वही उस movie में इस type का premise था I did not know.
Kisme?
it's a fun film.
Okay. So, like, have you seen Bajrangi Bhaijaan?
Yes.
So, I
No,
think that.
I agree.
So, I was going there. I think that film properly exemplifies every issue that I have with Bollywood. Where, and it is encapsulated in one specific scene, where that entire film, the way it is presented, is so different from your typical Salman Khan film, right? It's it has this clumsy guy who finds this lost girl, and he genuinely wants to try to uh, send her back to her home, and it has a very somber tone. Yeah, what?
Anti the bug.
Yeah, it has a very somber tone. What I hated about that film was when we go into that brothel scene where we see that they were trying to get to prep to into that line. He suddenly gets these magical powers and fucking fights everyone, and that is the end of that conflict. And it ruined my entire every thing that I bought into that world at that point. Like, if it was so simple to resolve that conflict, like why should I care? Like that perfectly encapsulates every issue that I have with Bollywood.
That actually reminds me of one of the bizarre moments I had while watching a Bollywood film.
Yeah.
Like, not really bizarre, might not be the right way to describe it, but it happened when I was watching, uh, what's the name of that film? Drishyam for the first time.
Okay.
Oh, it is that movie about hiding a dead body or
Yeah,
something.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's such a good film, man.
It's a good film. And uh, like it is a remake, but
Yeah.
जो मैंने बस वही उसका remake देखा है अजय देवगन
And it is
वाला.
kind of
Ajay
slightly.
Devgn has
Yeah, sorry, go on.
the history of being an action star,
Yeah,
sort
yeah,
of
yeah.
similar to Salman Khan.
Yeah.
You would expect him to like just start beating up goons
Yeah.
at any point.
Yeah.
उसकी climax में उसे पुलिस पकड़ के पुलिस स्टेशन ले जाती है and they start beating up his family.
Yeah. And he can't do
I
anything.
was so
Yeah.
expecting him to
Yeah.
get into that Ajay
Yeah.
Devgn mood, and it was a really good sort of metaphysical twist in my
Yeah.
mind. He does not lift a finger.
You know what's funny to me is there's one guy who is a very popular actor in the world who I absolutely hate and who seems like the most Bollywood person. Like he's like this. If you take a Bollywood actor, Bollywood star, and put it into Hollywood, and that's Dwayne Johnson, right?
Uh,
That guy
Uh,
is literally playing the same character in every movie, and
I
it's.
mean, what Bollywood actor would you? I feel that Bollywood actors tend to be more. Uh,
I'm talking about this stereotypical Salman Khan type. Like who is
भाई
this?
सलमान खान की ज्यादा रेंज है उससे क्या बात कर रहा है
नहीं, but I'm in the sense like मैंने बोला ना stereotypical. Like this idea that stars have, it almost feels like stars are pro wrestlers and they have these contracts that they are not going to be beaten by this guy because they'll look weak.
Yes.
It literally reminds you of pro wrestling in a lot of ways, like politics in pro wrestling.
That is such a stupid thing to have as an actor.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Like, it defeats the purpose of being an actor. Like, that's like you are treating yourself as a celebrity, not an actor.
yeah.
Mhm.
So, so, and it is because of that when we see Drishyam or we see a film like Fan, when we see those actors more vulnerable, it is almost like this shock when it is not supposed to be. It's supposed to be a very common thing. It should be a surprising thing that this character is actually playing a weak man.
Yeah. That was an amazing moment for me watching a Bollywood film.
Yeah, same.
Something embarrassing happened to me last night.
Oh, okay. Go
मैं
on.
सोच रहा था क्या मूवी देखूं and in that moment when Netflix वैसे browse कर रहा था and I came across this film called Monster. Now you might remember the film Monster from 2023 by
Yeah.
Hirokazu
Yeah.
Koreeda. I did not know that it was a Koreeda film. I just knew that it was a critically acclaimed film.
Yeah.
I thought, and since this was also a recent film, it said 2024. So, and its name was Monster, and it seemed pretty short to me, which I wanted at that time. I wanted to watch a
Yeah.
short film. I started watching this film on Netflix,
Yeah.
which is not the film I intended to watch.
I was initially shocked, like, what? He hated Monster?
And I honestly won't be surprised if the placement of Monster on Netflix वहाँ पे इस intention की वजह से
I mean, could be.
is to confuse.
Yeah.
I would say it's not that bad a film, despite what I say.
You have literally rated it 2.5. What do you mean?
भाई मेरा disappointment भी तो सोच
But
I was
that's insane. Like, you rate a film 2.5 and then you say it's not actually bad.
I mean it's not that bad, despite how much I
Okay.
uh, I don't mean to completely demean it. It's not that great a film either.
Yeah.
Uh,
Let me look it up.
uh,
What is
it's
it?
a film pretty much without any dialogue.
Like, is it also a
It has
Japanese thing? Like, did you not realize you were
it's
not
an
watching a
Indonesian.
Japanese movie?
It's an Indonesian film,
Okay.
and it had no dialogue pretty much.
Huh, that's interesting.
The premise to me is interesting. Two two kids get kidnapped.
Yeah.
One kid is free, and एक chained room में. And this girl, instead of running away after being free, decides to sneak into the house and help this other kid escape. So she's sneaking around the house and trying to stay, not make any noise, and hide around as this kidnapper, moves around the house. It, it's a nice setup for a thriller, but And it's always nice to see characters being resourceful in a horror, a thriller like that. You can imagine a child does not have any strength, so they have to figure out creative ways to overcome their situation.
Yeah.
That's, I guess, sort of the selling point of this film, but it does get cartoonish at some points, which sort of defeats the purpose.
From what
Uh,
describing it as, I'm thinking about that Home Alone setup जिसमें वो kidnappers आ जाते हैं वो बच्चा
that's
setup.
more of a fun comedy. A, this is going for a thriller.
Yeah, but I'm struggling to imagine कि exactly बच्चा करा क्या उस situation.
What?
Oh, so
Sorry.
no,
Like, what were you asking? Can you?
her hiding. Huh?
What was he asking? I didn't get that.
He's asking how this girl was resourceful in the film. What did she do?
Okay.
उसके instances पूछ रहा है. I don't exactly remember. Yeah.
That is a genuine thing, though. It kills a lot of films for me. Like, if I feel like characters are idiots.
Like they do, like somebody is, you just made somebody unconscious and you go close to them to check if they're really unconscious.
Like, I can buy that, but it depends on how the person director is trying to show that. Like, I can definitely wouldn't say that's not realistic, but it depends on the context of how that scene is portrayed. I feel like.
Uh, yeah, like doing that without any weapon in your hand.
Or at least a slight very little moment of hesitation, a real concern about that, and maybe going there very slowly or whatever. Like there are very subtle ways to do that,
Yeah,
because there is this genuine idea of, like, sometimes you know that whatever is past that door is dangerous, but this is almost curiosity that can overpower your sense of uh, comfort. Like, it wants to still see, and it there's almost a thrill into that curiosity of human nature.
yeah. One other film that I watched.
Like, okay, just a
What?
sec. Yeah,
Huh?
so,
Huh?
like, there, like, the reason I say that is, there was, like, I don't remember how long it was, but maybe 2 years or at least around that period. Like, when I was at my home, I thought I heard some kind of noise from the top, right? From the top, from the first floor of my home, and it was, I think, around 3 in the morning, or I think 2 in the morning, right? So it was very late, and there was, I thought I genuinely heard that. I wasn't sure though, and I thought I was cautiously still going up. I was not, like, because I genuinely wanted to see what was there, and there might very well could have been there, but I still wanted I did go there. I didn't, like, thought that maybe I should take something with me, because I wasn't sure about that, and there was a part of me that thought that there might not be something there. My The aspect of my brain that was not that it wasn't alarming me, that, like, I knew there was a possibility something might be there, but there was a part of me wanted to believe there might not be, right? So I feel like that can be very realistic, but it depends on you how you show that.
I agree with that. I actually have an instance of that a few days ago. I was taking a walk at night,
Huh.
or I think I told you about जब मैं यहाँ पे आया था event, and pretty much saw graveyard for the first time. It got me excited. उस दिन वॉक कर रहा था graveyard में जाके.
Okay.
This was an interesting experience looking at all those graves from इतनी पुरानी,
Yeah.
even from the like 19th century.
Yeah.
It was like, yeah, it was interesting.
One thing that I sorry, go on.
But अभी मैं वॉक कर रहा था तब दिन था. अभी मैं वॉक कर रहा था. I thought I want to visit that place at night.
Okay.
And मैं गया वहाँ पे. I entered that. It's usually that graveyard is usually completely empty. There's nobody inside. And
How late was it?
Probably was around 10 at night.
Dude, you are doing that in US alone.
Yes, that's
Okay.
like I was a little anxious when
Yeah.
walking there, not because I thought something supernatural might happen, but
There might be literally a lunatic walking around with a gun.
like that is a very shady place,
Yeah.
which might invite weird people.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it was interesting.
Like one thing that I'm really
It wasn't.
fascinated. One thing that I really want to experience, I'm genuinely fascinated by is like the catacombs in Paris.
Catacombs?
Yeah. Do you know about that?
skulls रखे हुए हैं वहाँ पे stack करे हुए हैं that place.
Like it's this Paris has almost like the underground of a big chunk of Paris is catacombs from the old where they are. It's basically this graveyard underground. And it's a really fascinating tourist attraction there, and a lot of people go there. And a big portion of that is banned and it is blocked because it is so huge. A lot of people have gone lost there, and I thought I came across there by what? So like just looking at some videos and all that, it is it almost has this almost liminal space Silent Hill vibe to it when I from what I understand or what I've seen. Like there are these people who are walking under this in catacombs at night, and it feels like different. A lot of time it feels empty, but there are still a lot of people going around, people sitting over there, and it's graffiti everywhere, and it seems so like such a relaxing thing to experience. And the entire concept of this, because a lot of people have also been lost in it, and since because that's why a big chunk of it is banned, it's really still there's an aspect of that possibility too, which is obviously not going to happen, but there's that thrill that is in the back of a lot of people's mind when they go there.
And that they'll get to explore the band area.
Yeah, which is not going to happen, but that thrill is all still there, right? When you're going there at night, and it is generally really cool. Like you should look up some videos
I'm
of it.
sure there must be a lot of trespassers.
Of what?
Trespassers like teenagers.
Yeah, I mean there are some like it's there are official ways you can go there, but there are some ways where you have to find out about them. They're not generally known.
Like it's beneath the city, right?
Yeah.
There must be multiple entry points.
Yeah, there are many secret entry points too. They are supposedly banned, but people still go there.
That does sound interesting.
Like this, the whole concept of underground graveyard is so interesting to me. That because it feels so ancient, and there are literally skulls lying around, and it's so cool.
It seems decorated by skulls.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it would be because it is a genuine tourist attraction as well.
The last film I watched, and the
Last
list of
Life.
films I watched is Last Life. I I think it's a Japanese film,
Wait, what? I thought it was. It's a Japanese film?
but it's set in Thailand,
That-
where the primary characters are Japanese. The Yakuza.
Okay.
I don't really know what to say about this film. It is
I'm really
again
curious
one
to
of
watch
those
it.
films which you experience. There's not much to describe there.
Yeah.
There's this suicidal guy who wants to who repeatedly tries to kill himself, but somehow gets interrupted every time.
I watched a very similar film. I mean, I still, again, similarly, I didn't want to discuss it because it's more like an experience or my own private Idaho. Idaho.
Funny.
My own
Oh.
private Idaho. And another film called Naked, which is a UK film. It was also really good.
Yeah, then this guy finds a woman and they start living together. That experience.
That sounds like Letterboxd score.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What is 29 card game? Like we have been playing card games. I've told you in our last podcast. It's the game we played. And like I won't go into details, but I just want to ask Vidhu that do you play card games?
It's something that I don't think interests me, but because recently Bellator got really popular, I'm trying to dip my toes into that. Bellator.
What's that?
Do you not know? It was also nominated for Game of the Year. It's a roguelike card game.
What the hell is a roguelike card?
It's a very popular category. I think I've also played an
Type it out.
BALATRO.
Interesting. How do we can move that?
No, nothing. But it's something that I'm interested to dip my toes into. Card games. But I don't think it appeals to me as of now.
What appeals to you about card games? Well, I told you this morning, right? Voice chat that cards have this ability to play many different games just using a single deck. And this new game which we were playing, मेरे मामा खेलते थे apparently college में रात रात भर जाग के finally. And it is quite heavily strategy based as compared to our previous games. Previous games जब खेले थे उसमें there was strategy, but it was mostly luck. Like you won't have much control over the game. In 29, it's like I would say 90% strategy and 10% luck.
Like, is there any narrative to it?
Narrative.
Like, is there any story?
भाई क्या
Wait.
card game है
Okay.
बच्चे खेल रहा है वो
Wait. So I think that is the issue. I thought we were talking about a video game right now because card game is a genre in that. I wasn't aware we were talking about a literal card game.
I was talking about literal.
Okay, that changes the entire conversation for me.
उसने पहले अपना क्लाइंबिंग गेम के बारे में बताया कि यार उसमें क्या नैरेटिव है उसने चेस के बारे में बताया यार उसमें क्या
नहीं
narrative है
चेस में narrative है. What do you mean? Chess में narrative होता है. Chess is full of narratives. But I thought we were talking about a video game card game. Okay, go on. Sorry.
Right. So what was I saying? तेरे मामा खेलते थे कॉलेज
इसलिए वो काफी इंटरेस्टेड थे हमको सिखाने में इस गेम को. हाँ, I was struggling because like for a while I have not done something which requires lot of attention. I guess जैसे पहले मैं कॉन्टेस्ट वगैरह देता था या competitive प्रोग्रामिंग करता था. I was actively solving problems अभी कुछ टाइम से बंद कर दिया था मैंने. और मतलब हम जो गेम्स भी खेल रहे हैं I don't think any of those were strategy games for a while. एक तो मेरे cognitive functions थोड़े rusty हो गए थे I guess, and also there's an aspect to it in which you must remember कि अभी recently क्या खेल चुके हैं. थोड़ा बहुत मैं याद रखना होता है, which is my weakness. I cannot, I'm a little bad at memorizing stuff. But anyways, it was quite fun. तो अभी जब वापस आएंगे तो और खेलेंगे. On that note, I think we should try these board game or like as you said online like video game type of card game things we can try with it. It might be a new genre for us to play together.
I don't think this should be online. Is it online?
Will it? I'm not sure, but it's very popular, so I'm
Oh.
assuming that it might have something to it. It's very
I
popular.
think we can try playing poker
Okay.
among us friends. We did play poker online because there are lots of websites to play poker with your friends. Yash was teaching poker to me and Batsy, and we played. It seemed fun, although I do not remember how to play it anymore. But yeah, we can try playing poker. Vidhu खेलेगा ना तो poker.
I don't know anything about it for sure. I'll try it.
हम तीनों में से किसी को नहीं पता, वही तो बोल सकते.
भाई, we'll figure it out.
Sure.
Oh, is that it about your card game?
Yes.
I'm really interested in
Adopt that.
hearing you talk about Goodbye Harry.
Wait, before that, before I forget to talk about it again,
Yeah.
I need to mention the drag show I went to. I was supposed to talk about it in the last podcast, but I completely forgot about it.
Yeah.
I was going somewhere, एक शाम को, and in passing, I saw this digital board of a drag show happening in the university that very night. So when I was uh, free, I realized, and you need an ID to get into the drag show, right? A university ID. But I had not brought my ID that day. रात को 10 बजे ड्रैग शो था मेरे ख्याल से, and I was 9 बजे I was free. So I went back home, and I think both of you are aware that I'm writing a feature length screenplay uh, with a drag queen as a protagonist.
Wait, I wasn't aware of this. When did you tell
Oh,
me?
you have not?
You didn't tell me.
But
It is that same screenplay which you were writing about that old lady visiting graveyards or
नहीं,
on her walk.
that's
It is a
नहीं, that's different. That's that's not what I'm writing. So what I'm talking about this time कई महीनों से काम कर रहा हूँ. Although I've not made much progress recently. It's this about this character. It's set in India, of course. I started writing it when I was in Indore. Who, in an attempt, it's in an attempt to connect with his dead lesbian grandmother.
Okay.
Goes to
This
drag
this
show.
this was the premise I was confusing it with their earlier story.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Yes.
So, wait. So, like, on a night, this person tries performing a drag show for the first time and finds a place where they can do that. And I'm imagining a place like Paharganj in Delhi to set this in because that seems like the appropriate place for something like that. And uh, uh, I, it's supposed to be this uh, really high energy, comical action, akin to Shinchan, I
Action?
would say.
Like
What?
how like action as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Like
Interesting.
in the action in the same capacity that Shinchan movies are action.
Like okay, so is it about him trying to connect to his grandmother? Or is it about him trying to his delving deeper into the world of drag?
Uh, it's actually he just visits this place at night, and he is somehow encaps he is somehow gets tangled up in this other story that is going on at the same time in that shady area,
Okay.
which is sort of like Paharganj. It's and there's this another character I've written, which is a female gangster
Hmm.
who dresses up as a man, disguises herself as a man, and has done so for years. And she has an entire history. I feel that I've worked more on giving all the characters in this movie that I'm writing a lot of history than writing the actual story to it.
I think that is something that is
I,
I think way more important to make too. Like,
yeah, like none of this stuff would make it into the film. It would just be in the background. But this was like so. Yeah, these are the characters, and I'll just tell you the title of this film, which I decided with. It's Badnaam Basanti.
okay. Um.
Which, uh, yes, uh,
So that
I
sounds.
really like.
Yeah, what?
Uh, it's I really like that title. It really just effectively conveys what I'm trying to do.
Hmm.
I got the inspiration from this title when I was researching uh, queer cinema in India.
Yeah.
I found out that the first queer film, the first recorded queer film in India, which I was not able to find anywhere to watch.
Hmm.
It's called Badnaam Basti.
Okay. It's
That's
interesting
what I
how
took
India
inspiration.
doesn't have like still like what did you find anything remotely uh, that is has some cultural presence in that research about the queer cinema in India? Like the most I
There
know
has
of,
been a lot of.
like the most I know of,
Huh?
the most I know of are like two or three attempts at showing a lesbian relationship, and that is and which were obviously banned in India as well.
Like recent years, when there have been some popular, some attempts in the popular cinema.
What
to
do you mean?
present queer characters, right?
Like,
Just I think one there was there was an Ayushmann Khurrana film
which?
in which he plays a gay character, and
Okay, which one? Can you tell me the name of it?
I don't think that there are any films that are considered good.
Yeah, I do remember
मैं
one
देख
though
रहा हूँ नाम.
that you mentioned that I do. It wasn't majorly about a queer character, but I did like it. That film, Kapoor and Sons. Have you seen that?
नहीं.
It had a gay character, and I thought it was decently well represented. I thought it was a pretty decent film.
I think yeah, it's called Shubh Mangal Zyada Savdhan.
Okay.
I've not watched this film, but it's about that. And Ayushmann Khurrana did another film about transgenders. Right.
I mean, even even in the Western world, it's not like there are a lot of films about transgenders, at least. Like, I'm not talking about documentaries, like proper narrative films. There are not that many.
I would think in India maybe there are no interesting
I mean,
films.
that's why I said that, right? Even if Western में भी अभी बिल्कुल नहीं है. I mean, obviously India is very far from West in terms of queer representation.
Yeah.
I do love
Yeah.
that in Twin Peaks, David Lynch had that character. I forgot their name. There was such one of the best representation of. Like, I was genuinely, I love David Lynch so much, man. Like, that was a really cool character. And I liked how that wasn't the focus of his character as well. Like, it was just accepted by them. It wasn't supposed to be that was the focus of him,
Denise.
of her or them.
Yeah, so I went like that was another thing that really motivated me to go to this drag show, even though I had to go back to my home to collect my ID and
Okay.
then return to the university. Like, yeah, and that was one of the most amazing nights of my life.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Like that is I have that is something I've never experienced before. It was the degree of excitement that consistently flows throughout the event.
yeah.
It's astonishing.
It seems like such a wonderful place to because it feels like everyone is just there to celebrate and there's an aspect of this
Yeah,
excitement. So it's this genuine uh, want to connect and
the
it's so fucking. It sounds really cool.
the idea of pride
Yeah,
associated with LGBT did not make sense to me until that night.
yeah, yeah.
It was really amazing. At one point, like it was also like right after Halloween, so a lot of people were wearing costumes as well, even in the audience.
Yeah.
And they started inviting people to do their own walks and dances on stage. And one of the most amazing moments was after like sort of referencing the light guy throughout the show, how amazing a job he's doing. And these drag queens were presenting the show as well. Uh, they are such charismatic people.
Yeah.
Itna, uh, they were really carrying the show.
Yeah.
And yeah, so at one point they call this light guy onto the stage to do his performance, and this guy comes on stage who is a relatively short guy and looks like your stereotypical technical guy, the technician guy who is wearing a denim. Uh, he's wearing jeans and an orange coat, has rectangular glasses and a very prominent goatee.
Yeah.
And this guy comes on stage and does his sort of fashion walk on this stage, which was felt like it was something out of a movie. Yeah. So it lasted 2 hours and it was amazing. That's all I wanted
That's
to
really awesome.
say.
I genuinely want to experience that.
Now I want to do like I want to be on the other side too
Same.
someday.
I mean, if I get the
I
opportunity.
don't think I have the confidence to do it. It requires a shitload of confidence to
I
pull
mean,
that off.
yeah, for
I
sure.
don't think I have the ability to do that, but I still want to.
I feel like the way I look at it, I think the line between that confidence also tends to be affected by your atmosphere or your environment. I feel like if I'm in a club like that, I would be much more comfortable than just going. Like it depends on how. Like if, for example, I'm doing that in India or in a place like in a cosplay where no, it's not that everyone is going to be accepted of that, or people might have a more general idea of what cosplay is.
Yeah,
And I feel like uh, I've only recently came to uh, appreciate cosplaying more. Like, it was something that I was never really. It was something I knew about, but it was not something that I was actively intrigued by. But it genuinely
mm,
fascinates me.
yeah, yeah. Same here. I have recently been interested in cos cosplays as well.
I mean,
आजकल मुझे कोई
you
भी
though
character
you have
दिखता है,
already
I
experienced it.
start looking up.
Yeah.
I start looking up cosplays of that character.
Yeah.
Like I've been watching Powerpuff Girls recently.
Okay.
उसमें, हाँ,
How far you
did
are?
you watch Powerpuff Girls as children? Yes. Vidhu to?
Of course, bro. It was something that I used to
I
watch a lot. As
yeah.
in the early morning along with courage, and like that entire activity that I had, waking up like 4 in the morning and watching those early morning cartoons, it was like one of the best things to just experience. And yeah, what were you saying?
Yeah, I I was aware of it. I watched a little of it, but it's not something I actively ever watched.
Yeah.
इतना ज़्यादा. So I saw I've been seeing it on Netflix, and
It's on Netflix.
that is yeah,
How many episodes are there?
that is it. I think 10 seasons have it. तीन से
Huh.
ज़्यादा maybe.
Cool.
But it is a really well made cartoon.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm surprised
yeah.
by it.
Even the art style is so distinct from your typical Western cartoons.
Yes, like उसमें it's sort of also targeted towards adults a little,
Yeah.
and it's there's I feel that it might be a 90s thing, but there there's a drag character, and that is
I mean,
a drag or
I
trans.
feel
I don't know
like
what to.
I feel like what is it is, at least in that era, uh, because these movements were not as big. A lot of these artists were trying to hide a lot of stuff that those producers might either not have any idea about or they might overlook. And I think that was their way of like Courage was literally a fucking horror anime that was targeted, a cartoon that was targeted towards children.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which is interesting to me when people like these a lot of these conservative people when say they hate Vogue, they want these older stuff when Vogue was not present, which is insane to me when any good media
I'm
always
surprised by the amount of low-key gore and Powerpuff Girls. Like the way they destroy monsters is quite brutal.
yeah.
I would say. आंखें नोच लेता है.
I'm genuinely curious what you're going to make of Panty and Stalking.
Yeah, I will watch that
Yeah.
soon.
I completely forgot we have to recommend to. So do I get to
Yes,
recommend both of you something?
क्या?
Do I get to recommend both of you something? And I can recommend.
तू कुछ recommend नहीं करेगा तू guest
Dude,
है.
I, I'll be. I have to.
नहीं करेगा तू.
I'm really thinking very hard. What should I make you consume?
भाई तो ऐसे ही recommend करेंगे तो मैं देख लूँगा.
Do you remember those challenges about in Mumbai about deadlines for scripts?
Oh yes, I had completely forgotten about them. I, तो मुझे अभी याद दिला रहे हैं. क्या था वो exactly?
Basically, if you couldn't finish that script by a particular period, so I'll make you watch. You'll have to watch, I think, like a really bad soap opera or like 10 bad films of my choosing, like something like that.
Oh, yes.
And like
What the fuck?
you were grappling with trying to watch a soap opera, and like the condition where you have to watch every episode properly and write a review on it on IMDb. Yeah.
Wow. For context, Sidhu, we were working at a soap opera set at that time.
Yeah.
Soap opera set.
Yeah.
Yes. ये रिश्ता क्या कहलाता है?
I
अनुपमा.
this is not. I had forgotten the title. I was trying so hard to remember what the name of that soap opera was. What was the other one?
Anupama.
Yeah.
Those, like, I mean, we did not do much there, but okay, like, getting to explore those sets was
Yeah,
a
that
little
was
interesting.
definitely really interesting. I still remember about the guy who got into accident and that guy was like was saying he's sorry and all that. It
What?
the guy who I was supposed to collab with for the short film who got into an accident, right?
Yeah.
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 That that
That
was
was
interesting.
a weird experience. फिर हम गाय ढूंढने गए थे.
Yeah. What is? Are you still doing that? Are you?
गाय वाली.
Are you?
हाँ.
Have you like working on that script yet still, or like is it?
वो हो गई थी जो होना था उसका edit.
Acha, we did
वो तो
shoot
है.
something also, right?
Uh,
Did we or
I
not?
think we shot anything. I don't
We
think we
didn't.
shot anything.
I think.
I wrote two scripts in that time, right? एक वो detective वाली थी और एक वो गाय वाली थी.
Yeah, I thought we had planned to do that in Ahmedabad, I think, or something like that. I don't remember.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
What were we talking about?
I was wondering, okay, how do we go about this? Do we want to start with Doki Doki or do we want to start with Goodbye?
I think goodbye. It depends. Like, I think Doki Doki seems better because everyone has experience that. So maybe we should save it for the last. For last.
Okay. Uh, But before we start talking,
Yeah.
I would like to mention that Doki Doki is Literature Club is a really interesting experience
Yeah.
as a visual novel, which I initially thought that it was weird and weird and melodramatic, but over time you get to experience these characters and realize their depth, and that realization is something really special about that visual novel, and anybody listening to this podcast should avoid hearing about it on this podcast before actually playing it, because that experience of genuine romance is really special, conveyed through a game. So I will, even for Goodbye Eri, we have discussed Goodbye Eri in the previous episodes,
Okay.
and this time we are going to completely go into the spoilers of it, and we will leave spoil like timestamps for both of them in the description so you can avoid them. Okay, go on with the
You have to refresh my memory a bit because I don't remember Goodbye
Goodbye.
in.
Let me walk you through.
Yeah. It's been a while since I've
So
read it.
I think there is a little bit of back and forth in this story.
Hmm.
The beginning, I think, we are talking to the one of Aries' friends while recording, and to discuss that Aries has passed away.
Yeah.
And then,
What?
yes,
Yeah.
क्या क्या बोला तू अभी?
Aries मर चुकी है, and
You're saying that's where the manga begins?
yes, isn't it like they're discussing?
You sound like
Very-
that guy who was given homework and internet पे description पर Google करके आ गया.
No, I have read the whole one shot. But I'm not
Can you try describing again what you just said?
Is it the very first panel? जिसमें वो पूछता है कि नहीं वो रिकॉर्ड कर रहा था उसके फ्रेंड को. She asked for you to dating and he says, I asked her but she rejected me. But we were only a couple in the recording, I guess.
That's like the middle of the manga.
नहीं ऐसा mentioned उसमें back and forth होता है, right? Starting the very first panel, उसमें हम बात कर रहे होते हैं उससे in hospital, in which
I have to look this. I don't remember exactly, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was back and forth because he likes to. Fujimoto has a very non-linear way of telling his stories.
I think it starts with Aries' story, then it jumps to
His grandmother,
mother's
right?
story, then it.
No, I'm checking it right now. It
Yeah.
does not happen. It starts with the mother's story. The story starts with this guy being gifted a cell phone so he can record this movie.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
What are you
surprised.
talking about? उसका पहला scene देख, the very first scene.
I got a smartphone for my birthday. This is my mom and dad. That's the first panel.
That is not the first panel. I have the manga on my hand. उसका very. Did I read another story?
Bro, what?
क्या बात कर रहा है? What the fuck?
How do you do that?
नहीं. How do I share this? I guess.
You can screenshot it, I guess.
Tachi
Yeah,
में allow
I
नहीं
don't
होता
think
screen
that's
shot करने.
he never talked. We never got to know about the girl being dead.
Like,
It's
is
very
it? Wait, wait. Without a पहले ये confirm कर ले विधु ये इसमें पढ़ी है कि नहीं then we'll get into spoilers.
Oh, okay, so but I just
I
said
am
that thing.
pretty sure.
Because
हाँ
he Fujimoto also has other.
इसके total number of pages बताओ. मेरे से 196 है.
202.
I mean इसमें मुझे 201 दिख रहा है.
हाँ, right.
But वो शो भी सामने नाम क्या है इसका?
Sayonara Eri by Fujimoto Tatsuki.
What is the first panel तेरा?
Remind me, did we shoot any kissing scenes? We did. Can I put them in?
Wait a second, let me check. I think
Should we just shoot one
there might be
just
some
to be safe?
pages missing from your then. Let me confirm that.
Okay.
हाँ. कितने pages missing है?
There might be, I'm not sure.
नहीं, but yeah, if we
That- फिर आगे what happens with the mom scenes? वो कब शुरू होता है? कौन से पेज पे?
that is further out. उसके मदर का सीन आता है. हाँ, ये वाला जो तूने बोला ना, ये वाला she gifted me a smartphone वाला. वो 20th पेज है. वो 20th है. There are like 20 pages before it.
Huh. Are there
That's
different
weird.
versions of this manga?
I think so. I think so.
That's interesting. But why does your manga then have low page count then?
क्योंकि उसने अभी मेरे को अभ्युदय ने शो करा था, तेरा टाइटल भी था राइट. मेरे इसमें एक भी टाइटल या एंड वो क्रेडिट कुछ नहीं है इसमें. इट डायरेक्टली स्टार्ट्स विद इसमें.
Yeah, but still 196.
And that is
There is no,
weird. I'll have to look into that. But you're on. I guess you still have experience. The entire story.
Yeah.
so the manga which I read starts with Eri's story for about 20 pages. By the way, did इसमें इसका जो 7वां पेज इसमें एरी अपने डेथ बेड पे है. Do you have that panel?
Yes.
A movie that will make them all bawl their eyes out.
I mean, yeah, that's a recurring dialogue, right? I think.
No, with the scene with that Harry in the deathbed, मतलब उसका चेहरे के साथ.
That's like page 110 or something. But
It's page 7 for me.
that's
I guess
really
इसका
weird.
तो फिर उसका sequence अलग-अलग है बस हम दोनों का.
हाँ.
And the friend I mentioned is on page 10.
ये खत्म कहाँ होता है किस point पर?
Last page. How do I skip to the last page?
Last page नहीं. ये sequence ये 20 page 20 जो तू कह रहा है.
The sequence.
हाँ.
वो अपने दोस्त से बात करना खत्म करता है, फिर वो काट देता है इसके वीडियो को. फिर कुछ 5-6 पेज तक वो चल रहा होता है. एक ब्लैक फिल्म होती है सिर्फ, और कोई टेक्स्ट बिना टेक्स्ट के.
I like tell me. Okay, let's start discussing the story. Then I have some stuff
ये
to
तेरे
ask.
पास ताची? Do you have ताची?
Like, it's here, right? Tachiyumi है.
हाँ, तो can I not share you? I can share it. I'm sharing with the link. Let's clear this up.
That's so bizarre. मेरे इसमें it's pretty much a linear story.
इसका नाम क्या है इस सर्वर का?
Edgiest podcast. When did you read it, Vidhu?
When it came out, I don't remember. Like the day it came out. Next day after that.
Oh,
Yeah.
you had already read Shinchan Anthem.
Yeah, I mean, I also had at that time I was keeping up with a lot of weekly Shonen Jump mangas, so I was looking into what is coming out. So that was free for me to read the entire one shot.
Yeah, I have shared you the link. You can check it out.
Uh, I will. So, whole. So you start discussing Nandi.
Okay. So,
Okay, like this is okay. I will just say this that it just feels the wrong way to read. It feels like the wrong way to read this. It just seems that it's
Yeah,
the
because it spoils,
wrong
like it
sequence.
affects the.
क्योंकि it इसमें first कुछ pages में they include a revelation.
Yeah.
Wait, ये पूरा end तक जा रहा है, विदु?
What?
This इसमें पहले कुछ pages में पहले climax discuss हो रहा है. ये पूरा climax तक जा रहा है.
That's so insane.
Okay. Like ये पेज 55 पे इसका मांगा शुरू हो रहा है एंड उसके जो पहले के पेज है द लास्ट 54 पेजेस ऑफ द मांगा.
What? Like, I feel. I don't think this is like.
It's not. I think it's a mistake on
Yeah, this
their
seems
part.
like a mistake.
Whoever has put it on the
Yeah.
website.
I I don't know how that.
जितने भी twist वगैरह थे उससे पहले पढ़ दिए.
So I don't know how that is going to, because I feel like Fujimoto uses page turn in such an interesting way where it genuinely uh, im- adds so much layer to the previous context or whatever is happening, that like how it changes your
Let's see
perception. So I
what the
don't even know how
experience
he would have how he would have perceived the story, like reading it in this way.
let's see how he did perceive it.
wait, तो ये मेरे को कहना चाह रहा है जो वैम्पायर उसका एडल्ट वाला सीक्वेंस था वो तुम्हारा एंड में था.
Yes, that's the final page. The end लिखा है नीचे literally तू देख.
ओ भाई. Guys, मेरे को आई थिंक मेरे से बहुत अंडरस्टैंडिंग की ट्विस्ट हो गई कि आई थॉट दिस वाज
Okay.
फिक्शनल. मतलब तो ये
Okay,
चल
walk us
start
through the experience of the story, and then I'll tell you how I experienced it. Uddhu fucks up reading a manga.
What do you mean? How would I have known this?
I'm just kidding. Why don't you start describing your experience?
From my perspective, there is this one starting sequence in which apparently there is this girl who is a vampire and she died, quote unquote died, in which she lost her memories. And then because she's a vampire, she woke up, but she didn't remember anything about us. And but she had these recordings made from her previous self. She now watches or something. और जो protagonist है वो he has वो एक depressed person बन चुका है जो कि constantly हर चीज को record करता रहता है. So and he came across several deaths around him. पहले उसके mother की, फिर Ellie की, फिर I think उसके wife और kids भी खत्म हो जाते हैं in some accident. So that's how it begins.
That's okay.
Okay.
देन फिर वही ये सब कुछ सीक्वेंस कर दो, निकलता बिल्डिंग से ब्लास्ट हो जाता है.
इमेजिन
ये
फाइट
this-
क्लब की एंडिंग से वो स्टार्ट होती है. ओके.
Okay, तू बोल.
And then उसके फिर मम्मी का सीक्वेंस आता है गैस जिसमें वो उसकी मम्मी स्मार्टफोन देती है उसको, वो रिकॉर्ड करता है उनको. एंड देन फाइनल मोमेंट में उनके वो भाग जाता है, उससे रहा नहीं जाता है वहाँ पे. और वो जो शॉर्ट फिल्म बनाता है उसकी, उसमें वो हॉस्पिटल को ब्लास्ट होते हुए दिखाता है, जो ऑडियंस को अच्छा नहीं लगता, उसके पापा को अच्छा नहीं लगता. And
That wasn't his dad actually. That was his teacher.
Yeah.
that was his teacher. That was not his dad जो backstage में लेके जाता है.
Huh?
What?
जो backstage में कौन लेके आता है, उसके पापा नहीं लेके जाते हैं.
That's his teacher.
Oh, I got confused, I guess. But ठीक है, basically किसी को पसंद नहीं आता except Ellie, who is fascinated by it apparently. And उसको I guess हाँ उसको ये होता है ना कि वो he is mocked by his friends and everyone, and whoever he asks for feedback says it was terrible. So he decides to kill himself when Ellie stops him and watches movies with him, I guess. What was her statement? Why?
She said that she feels that his film had a lot of heart, but it's still very amateurish. And to overcome that, he needs to watch other films, be culturally educated. In order to make good films, he needs to watch a lot of.
Yes. That, and also I think it is not immediately revealed, but it is revealed that he is also going to die, and he wants, just like his mother wants her last moments to be recorded. And also that she really liked the way he recorded his mother, that in every scene he recorded in a way that she seems beautiful.
That was actually one of like my favorite parts of the uh,
Especially.
manga,
Yeah.
which I think तूने पहले पढ़ दिया, which
Yeah.
was sort of meant to be revelations.
Yeah.
पहले तो the beautiful film he made about his mother and recordings, everything we see about his mother. So this entire manga is a film, right?
Yeah.
This entire manga is sort of a film he made, and uh, the revelation that his mother was terrible.
Yeah.
That was really amazing.
It recontextualizes the entire thing, and like, and the idea of this
Like
putting. Yeah. Sorry.
tells you that what you see isn't necessarily what's the truth. It tells you on that idea. It tells you about it, about how this world functions, and then it does it again
Yeah.
with the revelation about Eri. And like it
Yeah.
essentially says to its readers that you like, you still haven't learned your lesson. You still believe what you see.
But I think it's interesting because there's also this idea that that is how he wanted to remember them as well, right? Because that's the way he should.
I think he uh, doesn't really say anything about it personally.
Yeah, but
That
that is
really makes the films.
left for ambiguity. But that's because the way he's choosing to shoot them and show them. That is what,
Yeah, yeah.
like, it also speaks to the idea of how we choose to remember how we wanted to remember our memories.
Yeah. It also talks about this idea of what art is,
Yeah,
what you
I
make,
still have to read it
what art being expressed
because I feel
really
like
means.
I would have a much greater appreciation for it now because it's been I think I read it in 20, I think during COVID only. It's been such a long time. I don't even remember it properly.
Vidhu, continue.
Also, they bring up a point that an aspect of recording events is that even if the object go away, you can just uh, look at the recordings and sort of, what was that exactly? That relive that moment or stay with those people or something.
Was it? I don't exactly remember that portion. So like, does he rewatch the films he makes? ऐसा कह रहा है?
नहीं, I think वो एरी बोलती है ना इस चीज को कि why she wants to be recorded.
Uh,
She wanted to be remembered in a way like those recordings.
like
He,
she wanted to leave behind an idealistic image of herself.
yes. And about this, I had some opinions because, as you know, I'm someone who does not like to be clicked.
Like,
Click.
If I'm, yes, I mean, I don't
What?
like
you don't like
Oh,
to.
photos and actually nothing.
pictures.
Okay.
Yes, pictures or like video recordings कहीं भी नहीं. I do not enjoy it. Even though जैसा अभी मैं उधर गया था कॉलेज में, I did not click pictures, but I did not mind if others took pictures of me.
Yeah.
But even after that, like I don't save any pictures on my phone. Like as soon as I get any pictures or anything, I delete them immediately.
Really?
Yes.
I
Like that. I
personally, I think I'm the sort of the opposite of
same.
that.
I
I I try to record everything that I go through, like as in form of pictures. The appeal of it is that I just want to record all
I
experiences.
want to
And
do that.
just
Like I relate to you in the sense that that's something. I mean, I don't. I wish I was. If I took more photos of and such, but yeah, get that, and I want to do that more. But I'm really curious and why you feel that, Vidhu.
I I'm not sure. It's not like I've started doing it later. I've always been doing this thing that I would never look at
Because if you
old
think about,
photos or
technically, this podcast is in a way very similar to that. Even
yes,
recording.
that's what actually something I
do
was
you
thinking
know
as well.
like
Yeah.
do you know that even though we have recorded like 18 episodes, I have not listened to even one of the episodes.
And that is
And
not the
that's
appeal
not the
right now.
point.
Huh? And that too.
Like even I have not listened to any episode. Even if I do not have any pictures, I do not look back at my pictures. I still feel that they that feel feel comfort in the sense that I have that
Yep.
pictures are recorded and I can just go back to look at them at any point. And especially I, one of my favorite apps of all time is Google Photos,
Yeah.
which does
100%.
such a great job at compiling all these pictures and uh, it makes all these throwbacks and memories. I think without there being a Google Photos, I won't look back at pictures. I would still record everything. I would still click a lot of pictures. But I don't think I would look back at pictures. But it every day it gives you these memories to look back at.
Yeah.
And I'm not. It's not that I'm attached to what I used to be or where I used to be. I don't know. I just find comfort in having it recorded.
I just feel like, at least for me, the appeal and a part of the appeal comes from whatever future version of myself looking back. Like the way a photo or any sort of recording can capture you in that specific moment is what is the appeal to me, because to me that is much more reliable than romanticizing about that.
Uh, yeah, it also tends to do like a good jumping off point to reminisce.
Yeah, exactly.
Uh, yeah, without pictures, you don't know how many things
That's why I really want to do
you
that.
won't even realize the amount of things you forget.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's but I try, I know how little of that I actually do, and that's why I want to try to do that more often.
While on this podcast, I often look back at the pictures from last 2 weeks to see what I need to talk about.
Okay.
Actually, that's been the appeal of Blue Sky to me as well. It's not that I
Yeah.
look back at those. Uddum, I have not told you about this, but you know what Blue Sky is?
Yes,
Uddum?
that yes, that new substitute of Twitter, I guess.
So I've never really used Twitter by then, but Abhi recently Blue Sky has been getting popular and I joined it. And, there's nothing particularly new about it, but if it felt like a nice time to start recording whatever thoughts I have and onto that social media and just
Yeah.
throwing it out into the world.
And connecting to different people from different borders, and that is to me another appeal of that.
So you're connecting with people.
Yeah, connecting with people across borders. That is
Actually,
something.
that's your experience at Twitter.
Yeah, I mean that is an appeal to find communities about things that I'm looking to talk to. Like initially, I got into it to talk about anime and pro wrestling, and then slowly that's how it went.
I think I used to be more like a Udu fella.
In what sense?
I didn't like getting my pictures clicked. I didn't really see the point of clicking pictures.
Yeah,
I mean, I still don't think it's a necessity and everybody should do it. It's just
yeah.
something I like to do. But uh,
The issue with me is,
but,
sorry, go on.
hmm. Yeah, but I don't know how, why, but I changed.
Yeah, the conflict with me that I cope with it. Like, there's a part of me that wants. I guess it's the perfectionism that I have in me. But there's a part of me that says that I want to click if I want to take a picture of something. I want it to mean something, or I want it to be in a specific way. I don't want to click pictures of mundane things, which I don't understand why I think that, but that is something that is there for with me. Like mundane, normal things like that doesn't something that doesn't make me want to photograph it.
Mundane in what sense?
Like just going out somewhere to eat or some random stuff like that.
I usually click pictures of food. I eat when I want to share it with other people.
Yeah, but I
And
feel
they
like
just
you
say,
are much more enthusiastic about that, about cuisine in general than me.
I guess you should say that too.
Yeah. How old is this?
This is really old. I think 10th grade की बात होगी मेरे ख्याल से.
So, so you are you Batman in this?
No, I think I'm supposed to be the Joker.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Okay. So, what to continue here? Discussion.
I think I basically talked about everything.
So like, what did you
Really,
think
like,
of the?
what did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did
What
it
did
mean
you
to
think
you,
of it?
or you thought about it?
It was an interesting read, and like I said, whatever I thought about it, but I didn't really think much about it, to be honest.
Have
What
you?
did you? What was the ending to it? What did
I
that
mean,
mean?
he didn't had an ending though.
But still, he realizes it now.
Like, but okay, just out of have you are you was this your first Fujimoto work?
I think so. Chainsaw Man I have read, I guess.
You've what do you mean? You've read it, right?
Isn't
Yeah, Chainsaw Man
you
is
were
by
asking this?
Fujimoto.
Yes, yes, I read.
Okay. What did you think of Chainsaw Man?
What did I like about Chainsaw Man?
Like, what do
What
you?
did you think of?
I'm asking essentially what,
Oh,
like, what? How do you perceive Fujimoto's work in general?
I think I've told this to you that I did not like Chainsaw Man.
Okay. That
It
makes.
seemed
Yeah.
overblown to me.
Okay.
So like talking about Goodbye Eddie for now.
Yeah.
Well, I feel. Hmm. I feel that reading it in the format sequence you did, that's the one of the most effective ways to ruin this particular story.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I'll tell you what how it goes. The tune described here first. वो movie बनाते then there's a blast and then he tries to kill himself, saved by Eddie. Then Eddie says that she wants film made of a film made of himself, which you sort of later realize is also sort of a malicious request if by when you draw parallels with the mom thing and you learn that the mom is not a good person and then you learn that Harry is not a good person and you then Harry dies and then there's a time jump where you find out this guy's family has died and he's still not completed the film. To sort of, I think to sort of look for inspiration, वगैरह, he goes back to the place where he used to watch films with Eddie and finds out that Eddie's still sitting there watching movies at the same age as she was back then. And he discovers that she's a vampire and they have talked for a while. Then he leaves, runs away, and in his traditional sense of adding his personal personality to the film, it building, ends with a blast.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting about this ending is that there are many ways to interpret it, and people interpret this ending in a lot of different ways. Because the manga has already told you that things aren't necessarily what they seem. Like what the manga tells you isn't necessarily true. Uh, One like another interpretation of something like this can be that uh, he did grow up and uh, but he recorded Eri key footage while she was still alive, and this was and like if you notice वो वाले panels, इसके last के panels before the manga ends, uh, they they are never in the same frame,
Yeah.
and it almost feels like
Yeah.
it's he cut it together. सबके like he recorded himself as an adult and पुरानी एरी की footage use करी उसने and cut it together, cut the back and forth
Yeah.
together and made this stuff. And one more interpretation of this is that he did not grow up at all, and that's just his dad playing him.
Oh,
And
they did include his dad in that movie, right?
yeah,
Hey, wait, actually, there was this scene, right, that his dad wasn't sure if he would be able to play some scene in the movie, but it was just him getting angry over Annie, right? It was that scene.
I don't exactly remember that, but you get the idea, right?
Yeah.
Uh, Fujimoto has left it open to interpretation. There's no one solid ending.
Like,
Which, uh,
like, especially with the context of recently watching Look Back, I think the former ending is the one that I think the most about. The former interpretation of basically him making this entire thing. The and because Fujimoto, there's an aspect of some biographical aspect of Fujimoto and all of his works. I feel like it just like look back, it could very well be something like he's essentially trying to make something out of this inconsequential thing, right? And in trying to turn this into a narrative in a meta sense. That is something that
I would like
I think about the most, and I generally, yeah. What were you saying though?
there's several times in this manga they have mentioned that protagonist likes to add a little bit of fantasy in his
Yeah,
stories.
yeah.
You remember that? So
Especially, I think, especially recently, since I had this discussion over you last week about fictionalized documentaries. Like I was talking about
hmm,
River Sansoli. That is why I'm really interested in revisiting this because the idea of finding narratives in reality and like documenting them and essentially trying to force a narrative is so fascinating to me. And I feel like that is something I'm recently just have grown to appreciate more. So I feel like uh, this story specifically is really touches on a lot of those aspects.
yeah,
But like even in general, even outside this, I just love how chaotic Fujimoto's style of narrative is and how offbeat it is. Like you are always on edge, and it almost always has this weird this like I like to think of it like this almost sinister profoundness. Like there's something not exactly sinister, but this something not right, like, but it still feels very cathartic. Like, especially, I would definitely recommend you to read his Fire Punch, which is probably my favorite work of his as of now. It is great.
It has an interesting premise.
It also has a lot of themes that are prevalent in all of. I feel like it is his most unhinged work that I have read. Before he found editors of Jump. He was, let's just say, he wasn't, uh, he was allowed to go full out, all out with whatever he
He was
wanted.
unleashed.
Yeah, like there's literally an entire mini story arc that is very very similar to Goodbye Eddie. Like, but I just love
Yeah.
the way, like,
Uh-huh.
some of the themes that he's obsessed with, like memories and films and documenting yourself and all that. Is, and he's so young. I think he's only 31, which is.
One of, one of the reasons I recommended this to you, Vidhu, is I know how much you do not, how much you prefer an absolute story. I remember watching some movie with you, some horror movie. They asked me once it was on Netflix, and you like your reaction to that movie is ambiguous ending was there would be interesting theories for it. YouTube.
That's interesting. Like,
Like
which movie?
that way he really I feel that you prefer to have absolute stories.
Can you give me an example, like, of a film that you like that has an absolute ending?
Like
Like, I was asking Uthu.
I do not watch much movies.
Like any story, not just films, like that has an absolute ending.
isn't that most films?
Huh, but that's why I'm asking. I'm trying to be a devil's advocate in that scenario because I feel like the line between what is an absolute ending and how you are portraying something is very different.
I guess Fight Club is also in that
I
sense.
mean, Fight Club is very famously regarded as one of the more ambiguous endings.
Yes. And there was this speculation that whether the other characters were actually real or not,
He was not.
especially her girlfriend.
Wait, how's Fight Club not an absolute ending? How is that ambiguous?
Because that it was made clear that that other guy was his name, Tyson something. That was his imagination. But there was also the speculation that his girlfriend was actually also imaginary and not real.
Why? There's no reason to think that
No,
No reason to think
there
what.
was.
that his girlfriend was imaginary.
If I it's been such a long time since I've seen it. But why would you be so absolutely sure about that, though?
The story does not. It does not change anything in the story. It does not mean anything to the story for her to be imaginary or
But I
not be
don't think.
imaginary. That's like saying that it
But
was all a dream.
so that is
It
why I
that
mean
does not
I
mean
don't love
anything.
Fight Club that much. Just to put it out there, but I'm just saying that. Uh, I mean, I don't
I
remember
love
that.
Fight Club.
You don't like it?
I love Fight
Yeah, I
Club.
know, I know. That's why. I mean, sure, I guess. I don't think
So,
it really matters much if she was real or not.
actually, I guess it is sort of ambiguous. It's ambiguous in the sense that people tend to take away wildly different things from
That is where I
one.
was going at though when I said
Like it's like thematically, just as like American Psycho is ambiguous thematically. Like, they don't realize that. Some people don't realize that they are satirizing the
yeah,
whole thing.
that's the thing. My point was that even if something is presented as like it's a very different thing from when you're comparing a one short story to a long form serialized story, right? Because
But mhm.
a short form story, whether it be a one shot manga or a film, is necessarily it's very hard to have anything concrete in an ending like that because you know how you're uh, viewing or you're being presented a peek into their characters and their lives. It's nothing is concrete about that, and whatever happens at the very end is it's going to differ how everyone is going to perceive that. I guess the differentiation would be from how clear the ending is, maybe.
Like,
Like what's
I
happening
guess
in the
there
ending.
can be ambiguity regarding how people perceive internal thought in a lot of films.
Yeah.
Now, it's getting pretty late. This podcast is going to be over 4 hours now.
Holy shit. Yeah. It's three.
So, let's start talking about Doki Doki Literature Club.
Yeah. Finally.
So, I'll give you context of what I thought of this new of this game before I started. Although I've been recommending me this game for a long time, ever since we were in school, I think, and also, yes. And I have played one visual novel. इसके पहले वो भी उन्होंने recommend की थी, Katawa Shoujo, and I was aware that there's something weird about this uh, visual novel.
Okay.
I was aware because of two things. As soon as you go on its Steam page, it describes it as a psychological horror,
Yeah.
and which is really bizarre. To everything around it seems so good.
Yeah.
And second is that when I was listening to the Let's Fight a Boss podcast, I did not listen to them talk about it, but before they, as soon as they begin the talk, John begins talking about it, he refers to as a great horror piece, great piece of horror media. That's all I knew. That
Yeah. I could feel the
it's
pain in his voice when he was trying to sell it to them, but he didn't want it to spoil anything, and how they were not going to take him seriously at all.
they were so dismissive of it.
Yeah.
Uh, so I started playing this game. First, it gives me options for to pick. It gives you the choice of who you want to date,
Yeah.
like, which was the best build.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, I didn't like any of them.
Okay.
Why don't you two tell me, Tumdon? Did you have a preference when playing this game?
I think the one I went with, I don't remember exactly. I think I was gravitating towards the emo girl. Was it the? I don't remember her name properly. There was this emo girl. not emo girl, but this who was trying to pretend
Yuri.
Yuri. I was gravitating towards
Right.
her, but towards the end, I became more interested in Monica.
I think I was initially like, on, I would settle for Monica, and the literature club starts. I think because she seems to be the most level-headed and
Yeah,
calm.
exactly.
But you get to writing a poem which helps you decide which girl you get. Uh, you realize that Monica is not an option,
Yeah.
which is disappointing. पहले 2 दिन I didn't even realize. The since I did not have a preference in girls, I was just selecting पहले 2 दिन words. I was selecting based on what words I personally like.
Yeah, that I never really thought of it in that sense too. Like I was not focusing on what I'm going to choose based on what girl I'll get. When I was playing that part, I was just focusing on, and that happened to relate to more. Give me Yuri more for some reason.
I So I guess I ended up writing depressive poems, and
Yeah.
I got the one I was least interested in, which was uh,
The friend,
neighbor of ours,
the childhood friend.
the childhood
Yeah,
friend.
same,
Yes,
same.
I did not want her, but second maybe I wrote the same, and did the same thing and got the same girl. But by that day, I started getting interested in the uh, backstory of that short girl,
Yeah,
the sort of Sundere kind of girl,
yeah,
not to be as like she has domestic abuse sort of backstory.
yeah.
I heard that day I wrote a poem for her because I wanted to explore that story more. Or she starts getting more depressed, the childhood friend, because of it, and as you know, you find out. I mean, it's like even though it makes you feel like it's you have choice, but to a great extent for a visual novel, it is a linear story.
Yeah.
So no matter what, I think you'll get the Natsuki will die
Yeah, first.
in the first run.
That is that the way that plays out is almost like a jump scare, like the way that is presented. And
You mean Natsuki
Yeah.
Sayori?
Sayori. Yes, sorry, Sayori. Yeah, that was actually, even though I was expecting something
yeah,
horror, I was
same.
expecting it to be so sudden as like the gate Koldas and it flashes.
That was my reaction too. I was like, wait, what? We are already in that part of the game.
Yeah, and then it restarts. And then it starts getting weirder. Uh, and, and then Yuri starts getting obsessive. You realize that you realize that there's something wrong with Monica the first time she shows up late in the first run when she says she is practicing piano. She like so obviously sounds suspicious. But yeah, like I was still trying to go for Natsuki. Did you go? Who did you go for? Vidhu?
I think I went for Sayori.
Oh,
I did not even explore the other two routes, I think, throughout the game.
makes sense. Uh, I actually something I forgot to mention. First run, mein, I did appreciate the discussion about literature and poetry. It introduces you like to poetry well enough that you would feel more curious about it.
Yeah.
It gets you interested in poems, and it does a good job at it, I think.
Yeah.
And it's also interesting to see how poems reflect their thoughts sometimes.
I was surprised. Like, so when I was playing that game, I knew, like, for me, the appeal was to just see what this psychological horror is. Like, what I had in mind was like, this would be one of the games where it's just a really fucked up, campy horror, gory horror. That's what I had in my mind, right? So I was surprised by like how much effort they put into those elements of the game, like those novels and creating that part of the game.
I do feel that it's a really well-made game, and it does a really good job at that what it's trying to do. It's a really short game as
Yeah.
well, but at the same time, I like, also feel that there's nothing more to it than that.
Same. That is what exactly how I feel about it. Like I love.
I wished that there was more thematic story to it instead
Because
of just being there for
and that
being
is
a good
yeah,
horror.
and that is I think because it is just trying to be a deconstruction of dating sims, but similar to but
Yeah,
unlike like something like Ava, it doesn't have it's like anything beyond. Like Ava is simultaneously deconstructing a lot of mega tropes, but it also has so much more to say about, right? But uh,
it has its own story to tell.
yeah, like that, like it is not the appeal of the show is not that it is a deconstruction of mecha, like that is a byproduct.
Yeah, क्या बोल रहे हो आप?
Yeah, there is in fact a story to tell.
I look. Let me finish what I went through. Then
Yes,
we'll talk.
yes, yes.
I oh, so then Yuri dies. This interesting thing happens where you like she kills herself and you just stay there for some reason throughout the weekend until the festival begins and people start showing up. You just stare at the body.
Yeah,
काफी
which
टाइम
is
तक मैंने क्लिक किया था before I clicked on skip.
like was it around here when some weird things were happening with text and sound effects?
Like they immediately started like weird things immediately started happening after this after Sayuri dies,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
but they progressively get weirder,
yeah.
and then at then the whole third run happens, and I don't think that does a third run happen.
Third run, I'm not
No,
sure.
I think it ends after 2 runs.
Yeah, so like second run में she actually at the end Monica reveals that she is behind this all. She's trying to get to you. There was an interesting aspect to it. Uh, Monica's monologue was that she essentially tells you that you think that you are playing a visual novel,
Yeah,
but it's actually Monica who's playing the visual novel, doing all these weird things to get to the desired uh,
yeah,
outcome.
yeah.
That was my interpretation of it.
And
Yes.
I'm a sucker for meta narrative so much, and I think that is essentially why I really like this game because it does that aspect. Because I feel like there's a lot of uh, works like Deadpool and all that just makes me hate meta, like the way they use meta narratives or telling meta stories. I feel like this is one of
What are
the
you talking about? Deadpool is awesome.
okay, sure. But I just really appreciate how good, how meta narrative is so well executed in Doki Doki Literature Club. Like even this aspect of like when the game stops being a game, it becomes your connection with Monica. Like whenever you're opening that game, you have this virtual girl with you, and after going to their homepage, their website, it contextualizes a lot of it. If you will read it again, like the way she's inviting you and all that.
Actually, uh, during the second run, when you're going through the poems, you get a lot of the same poems which you have already explored.
Yeah.
उसमें नीचे एक poem के नीचे Monica gives you a poem. उसके नीचे end में there's a line delete her.
Hmm.
जिसके बाद I minimize the game, go to the files, see that
Yeah.
there are some character files and some
Wow.
poems too. वहाँ पे कुछ poems की files भी है. And I delete the character files
Wait, you did that?
for Monica. Huh?
No, no. Wait, that's okay. I was asking. I thought you were saying that before reaching that part, you could delete another character's profile.
नहीं, that's like what happened. मैं वही कह रहा हूँ कि second run के duration में before that whole cosmic white thing
Yeah.
where Monica takes you somewhere else. Uh, they like उसकी एक poem में नीचे last line होती है delete her and at which point I go to check the files of the game
Yeah.
and sure enough there are some poems वहाँ पर. I read the poems and I see the character files and I delete the character file for Monica.
Yeah.
And I think I also tried deleting the character files for other characters, but disappointingly nothing happens.
And Monica में what happens? Like game ends or what?
कुछ कुछ नहीं होता.
Acha, that would have
You
like
can
I would have appreciated that
you
slightly more if like
yeah when like the game overtly tells you to delete her, why is it not an option to delete her?
that's that seems like a last minute decision, like something they came up with at a later stage of the game. Like how we will end this game by deleting the character who are like how even more meta we can go by actually deleting the character profile of the game. But it's still a really cool concept that I appreciated a lot.
Wait. You just said that nothing happens when you delete.
What?
during the game before you are taken to that cosmic void thing.
Yes, I guess. उसका पहले तो नहीं होता.
So then I go to the cosmic void thing, and then that's the most surprising thing. One of the most shocking thing the game does is like out of nowhere is that it takes your name.
Yeah. So was this the first time that has ever happened to you in a video game?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I can
मेरे
see.
साथ कब हो चुका है?
मेरे साथ बहुत बार हुआ because this was something that Mother 3 first did way before in 2005. Then
Oh.
it was taken because what happens in Mother 3 is you put your name, like it asks your real name and it doesn't even like
I remember. मैंने मदर से खेलना शुरू किया था and I remember
चर्च में
feeling
ना
weird about why
चर्च
it's
में
asking me for it. हाँ?
तू किसी चर्च के अंदर गया था, उधर कुछ कोई तो से पूछ रहा था,
हाँ.
right? So when you end the game, right? When the game ends,
Hmm.
when the credits are rolling, then the game is essentially talking to the player and trying to basically give him say that. So that was such an insane thing to happen back then. Like the game was directly addressing the player by their actual name. So through that, then Undertale and all. So this thing came from Mother 3 and all. It might have been even before Earthbound. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, it still shocks me whenever it happens. So when it addresses me by my real name in Doki Doki too.
Yeah.
So what was your
Uh,
reaction? Because that was the first time it happened to you.
it says, do you actually go by, uh, do you actually go by a view or something? So, like, at, like, it shocks you for a second, then you realize that it looks at your files
Yeah.
and uska address it extracts it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And I feel like that is the thing. Like Doki Doki, the way I look at it, is a really well executed gimmick.
Yes.
And I feel like Mother 3 Mein, it actually has a lot of narrative weight too, where when they're addressing that.
And then when you delete the file of Monica, I didn't even let her finish her entire monologue after I started getting
Yeah.
bored with whatever she had to say, I delete her fast. I later discovered while watching streams of other people that if you keep going, it overtly tells you to go to this file and doesn't delete the file.
But I've also heard that it can last a long time. Yeah.
Uh, so I deleted her file and the game restarts.
Yeah.
And I see that uske intro page se Monica is missing.
Yeah.
Now, I did not know if to what to do at this point because at the back of I sort of thought that now it's going to become a normal visual novel.
Yeah.
That's what I thought was going to happen.
Hmm.
But I still thought I should give it a shot. And then uh, Sayuri takes the role of Monica because she is now the president. And then Monica comes and deletes Sayuri. And then she sings you a poem through the credits.
I didn't actually play that part. I'll probably watch a stream for that.
Yeah.
Because that is what I thought when I decided not to play that. That it might. I thought that it wouldn't be that. It felt more like an epilogue, and I felt like it was very late at night. I thought I'll replay it sometimes else. I still have it. But it felt like an epilogue to me rather than a genuine, like a proper continuation on somewhere.
I would say that it's like the twist of Sayuri becoming evil is not that interesting, but I feel
Yeah,
like
same.
yes, as an epilogue of her singing that poem to you and you being shown those credits, that's interesting enough.
So, and I,
That's
I feel like the fandom behind this game even fascinates me more because it almost feels like The Shining in the sense that there are so many theories about so much stuff that is happening because like this idea is the studio behind this game and the people behind this game essentially made this game as they were creating another game that is more fantastical, that has all this world, and throughout this game they are hinting towards different elements of those worlds that of those games that they are building towards. So there's this idea that we'll might get a different continuity continuation of this. That these are characters that are different versions of some other characters in a different game, and they are
I
continuously
think
hinting towards that in a lot of those. Those poems are very cryptic. Like they have so much hidden.
I think Uddhu would love to talk about that, but I would just like to mention before that how much I'm fascinated by how, like, despite its popularity, how well protected its twist is.
Yeah, same.
Like,
I feel like
yeah, like
I
you
mean,
if
you're
you Google
lucky
it,
too that
uh,
like even in Alpha John didn't ruin it because he could have easily done that to make it a bit higher in his Game of the Year list.
yeah. uh, uh, Uddhu, you were wanted to say talk about theories and stuff. Actually, I do not remember any of the theories. No, but just the idea of, like, I personally, I know that that stuff in a game like this means a lot to you, but I personally do not tend to care that much for that stuff. I watched a video or two, like a game, like two game theory videos, because specifically because Uddhu told me to do that.
Yeah.
He said that it's an interesting aspect of that game. It is interesting how
Yeah.
they've किस तरह से हम लोगों ने Easter eggs डाल रखे हैं उसमें.
I just really
But
yeah, go on.
like I do not feel that interested in that. Like, isn't that very like similar to how the entire lore of Five Nights at Freddy works?
I
How
don't
there's an
really
entire
know.
internet culture behind
I don't know much
Five
about
Nights
that
at
game.
Freddy.
I feel like I'm just a
I don't
sucker
know.
for that stuff
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, to
Yeah.
me, the idea of world building is so fascinating. It always fascinates me, and this idea that these creators have this really well-made world and they are building towards that, and this is basically a side project in a sense, and they are that could or could not take part in that world. And I feel like I don't know much about Five Nights at Freddy's, but I feel like it depends. Like there are two ways you can have a lore in a video game or in any fictional media. Sometimes the lore can be just throwing random stuff out there and hoping it lands, and sometimes it can be really thoughtful and well planned, like in Dark Souls or Elden Ring.
Like, okay, I'm not talking about lore like that. I'm specifically talking about cryptic lore, like it there is in Doki Doki,
Yeah, I don't think
JRPG code,
I don't think
which
that
is
has.
which sort of
Yeah, sorry.
sort of becomes an ARG in itself. It becomes an entirely
Yeah.
like alternate reality game, an entirely different game, which I can appreciate, but
Yeah,
I
same.
personally do not care
I
for it.
don't think that adds anything to this game. However, like I should mention that I just think it's really cool, and I think I appreciate the studio for that. But I don't think that those elements individually add anything into my enjoyment of this game by itself. But I'm still looking forward to whatever these guys make in future.
What about you, Uddu? I think you have very different feelings on this.
Yes. For me, the main game was not the main experience. I broke down this game by line, like I opened its code. I like totally, what do you say? Extracted it line by line. I edited its code files. I recreated basically. I learned how RenPy works, on which this game is based upon, and I did so many things. There was this whole phase I went through for this game.
I would actually like to add that going through that experience, if you're interested in it, sounds like an amazing experience. I was mostly talking about it with regards to uh, just ending up watching videos about it.
Hmm.
I didn't know that you did all that by yourself.
I did.
Like especially, I tried installing Renpal, that software that you said. Like how much did you experiment with that software?
I basically, what do I say? Uh, I edited many things in the game just for fun, like to while I was at it. Like there is all this, what do you say, DLC or mod or something you can use to, which makes it easier. Yeah, there was, I don't remember exactly, but it was some tool which will help you analyze all the code and that. And I used it and made many changes to the game and went through all the files, and I did a lot of stuff.
That sounds cool.
Do you remember some of the instances of the cool things you did, cool things you found out?
Actually, I, it was a very long time ago. It was like, I think I was in 12th or 11th or 12th grade at that time. I do not remember anything.
Uh, it's still cool that you did all that. That's the main appeal of the game for you.
I think, but no, there's something to add to it. At that time, I was trying to create a visual novel myself, like learning about visual novels myself. So I took Doki Literature Club as my test subject, sort of, to figure out how those work.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, that is essentially why I
Okay,
downloaded that software as well.
I completely forgot about that.
Welcome to the NHK.
That you tried to make a visual of.
Yes.
Yeah, important part of Uddu lore. Uh, that's all I have to say about Doki Doki Literature Club. I guess
think we should wrap up. It's a really long request.
4 hours,
But it would
21 minutes. That's insane.
we must recommend
Oh yeah.
to each other.
Yes.
So Abhyuday,
So,
I'm really
remember
curious.
to
Are
bring
you
it up.
familiar with this little game called Heavy Rain? Like it sounds, I've it sounds really cool to me, and it looks really good visually, and some of the plot that I've read.
I will not make malicious. I will not be malicious in this.
Of course, we shouldn't be, dude. It's about. I'm genuinely recommending a game that I think is something that you would really enjoy, especially after playing Doki Doki Literature Club.
Oh,
The idea of
I guess you
recommending.
don't realize that I've already played that game.
You have what?
I've already played that game.
You have actually played that game? What?
Yes.
How did I not see that?
I don't know, man.
Wait,
Uh,
do not worry. Don't worry. You will get a recommendation from me still.
Well, do you want me to go first or can you go?
So there's another game called Detroit Become Human.
मैं दिल्ली आके मारूंगा तुझे.
So, Abhyuday, I just wanted to confirm, in case you have already watched this anime, then I will have to think of another in the meantime. So, have you watched One Outs?
I started watching it but stopped watching it then.
I really want to read that manga.
Episodes?
Like 2 to 3 episodes, I think.
So,
I
did you not
remember
enjoy
you.
it? Yeah.
I just didn't end up watching it somehow. I don't think I actively made a choice to drop it. I just watched it. I remember you describing to me as
One of my favorites. I
base,
still don't know why.
baseball with a death note
Yes.
kind of style.
Yes. Now that I think about it, it might be pretty boring. But at that time, I think we like to.
It doesn't have a complete adaptation, right?
What adaptation?
Like, it doesn't have a full adaptation, right, of the manga.
I have not read the manga. I don't know anything about it.
Like, but it doesn't have an ending, right, in the first season.
No, it does not have
Yeah.
an ending. As far as I
Because I was really curious to read that manga.
So you want me to watch One Out? I will accept this recommendation, but I do not promise to watch the entire thing that I can.
Bro, what?
I think it's only 12. It's only 10, 12 episodes.
I don't think.
total.
I thought they were
25
25.
25 episodes दिखा रहा है ये
हाँ.
मुझे.
Oh, then I might be wrong.
So like I promise that I'll watch the first 10 episodes, I guess. उसके बाद I'll, if I'm interested and if I have the time, I'll watch more.
Sure.
Yes, so One Out it is. What I'm going to recommend to you is, I think you've heard me talk about this film before as well. Vidhu, you have watched it already. I recommend you Skinnamarink.
Oh, wow.
You did mention it in the last broadcast, right?
Yes, I was considering तब से
You should
recommend. So
You should drink 3 cups of
Yeah.
coffee before that.
You should what?
3 cups of coffee before that, just so make sure you're awake.
Yeah, so like there's some things that some conditions I need to set for this film, for you to watch this film. It's a horror film.
Yeah.
You need to watch it as you would watch ideally a horror film, without any disturbance and completely by yourself. This is not a
In
film
dark.
that you can enjoy watching with other people.
And in
Then-
dark. They should
That
be.
might be difficult, actually.
That's why I'm giving you the chota sa recommendation. Like it's just a small film, but it would be difficult to find time for that. Like you cannot afford to be interrupted during the film, and you cannot be distracted by a phone or something. You have to completely isolate yourself with the film in the dark.
Got it. I will see to it.
Yes. So, Ritu, तू चाहता है कि मैं तुझे भी कुछ recommend करूँ?
I don't think I would. It depends, dude. If you're recommending me something that I was already interested in, I'll
I
probably.
think I would like you to play Heavy Rain.
Sure, buddy. I'll probably watch a
Okay.
playthrough.
I guess we'll end the podcast here. कितना लंबा हो गया
Okay,
है?
good. It's I think around 4 or 30 minutes.
बाप रे, 4.5 hours हो गया almost.
I don't think इतना लंबा मैंने किसी That's insane.
So, Vidhu, you're the host and the podcast.
Thanks everybody for listening.
Thanks guys for having me.
कोई 4.5 hour तक सुनने वाला है podcast है. Seriously doubt it.
Vidhu, finish.
I found out my weird ADHD part to randomly interrupt. Like it's very hard for me to not do that.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was great.
Bye.
Bye.